basically a tornado that's in the air, hasn't quite touched down yet, but that could happen at any time. So this is where we do have that weak rotation right now. Once again, this is around Rayford, Spring Hills, and Rayford Road, getting close to Burnham Woods Drive. So if you are in any of those locations, you definitely need to be seeking shelter. All right, we're going to switch over to our storm winds, and I do want to show you kind of what's been going on with this rotation over the last 15 minutes or so. Last 15 to 30 minutes, you notice we are looking for that classic notch, the area of green up against the area of red. That's wind moving towards and away from the radar, close together. That would give us an indication that we do have stronger rotation that could possibly be a tornado. And of course, we have already had a confirmed tornado. That's why you see the purple polygon flashing. And notice over the last couple of scans, that green kind of disappearing as it gets up towards Bainbridge Estates and Spring. So the storm is getting a little bit weaker. However, we do have the possibility that this could flare up at any time, and notice that tornado risk in that low to medium range that does continue for the Houston area up towards Conroe, the Woodlands, and Atascocita. All right, I'm going to switch back over to our analysis mode. I do want to give you an update on exactly what's happening with this storm. Once again, if you're just joining us, we do have a tornado warning. This is a tornado warning that has been confirmed. The tornado has been spotted at least briefly on the ground, and we do still have the potential for some rotation within this, and that is why we are concerned that we could still have the possibility of a tornado. So the tornado warning does include the Woodlands, it does include Spring, Bainbridge Estates, Cypress Forest Lakes, Kings Village. I do want to give you an update on the velocity right now. So if we were to have anything in this storm, it would be right around Bainbridge Estates, Covington Bridge, Spring Cypress Road, Cypresswood Lake, Spring Falls, but we're really not seeing that strong rotation anymore. So I basically want to circle the area of concern where we were seeing the strong rotation, and it would be right around Cypresswood Drive, Louetta Road, right around Interstate 45, Spring Falls, Spring Lake, Cypresswood Lake, and also getting close to the Hardy Toll Road South. So this is going to be right in the area of Spring, but notice we're kind of missing the green. So we've still got the possibility of this tornado still doing some damage and reaching the ground, but at this point the rotation has gotten a lot weaker. Even as we check out our shear rate, not really seeing too much here. I want to kind of take you back over the last 15 minutes and show you the little bit of shear that we did have in this kind of starting to disappear. It rolled over Bridgestone, Covington Bridge, Enclave Villages, Crossgate Village, and now it's gone. So this storm is rapidly falling apart, and it looks like that tornado warning, really going along with what I'm saying, has just been canceled because the shear has just kind of collapsed. So we no longer have the risk for a tornado within this storm. However, we do still have a tornado watch until at least 7 p.m. So of course that means conditions are still going to be favorable for any of these storms to pop up and quickly rotate. So I'm actually going to clear this off and give you an overview of what we have going on and kind of put the radar into motion. You can see that we do no longer have that confirmed tornado warning. All of the tornado warnings are gone, thank goodness. Time right now is 2:14, so it was canceled about 16 minutes earlier than it should have been, and it's because the rotation within that storm just kind of weakened rapidly. It kind of collapsed. So the tornado, of course, did happen within that storm earlier. It is collapsing, but we are going to be monitoring other storms that are developing. In fact, we do have another storm that is just to the south of Houston. So I do want to kind of investigate this one and show you what's going on. This is going to be right around Brookhaven, all the way up to Galena Park, Foster Place, Brookhaven, Sunnyside, Gulfcrest, Pecan Park, Harrisburg, Magnolia Park, up towards Jacinto City. Right now, we've just got some heavy rain and not really seeing anything super concerning as we check out our storm winds or our velocity mode. But of course, we're going to continue to monitor this and let you know if we see anything that is super concerning. As far as wind in this, not really seeing anything too strong to be concerned about as far as wind speeds. So at this point, just something to watch. But of course, we do still have that potential. We have another stronger storm. This is going to be up around San Jacinto County, North San Jacinto County, Northeast Walker County. This one's got about 20 lightning strikes associated with it. This is going to be around Riverside, Gospel Hill, Staley, and Carolina. At this point, looking at storm relative velocity, not really seeing anything too concerning. All right. Here's the latest from the National Weather Service. We do have reports of trees down at Cypress Wood and Jones Road. And it looks like the National Weather Service is saying that they think it's safe to write off the northern storm as far as tornadic activity goes. And of course, they have canceled that tornado warning. Focus will now turn towards the storm just west of Hobby Airport. So for a brief moment, it looked like it was also on the road to strengthening into a supercell, but the last scan makes the National Weather Service think that there may be a little weakening to it. So it's not looking super strong at this point, but we're already trying to get going on these other storms, and we are going to have a favorable environment as we go through the afternoon. So we do have a ground stop, I believe. Which airport? All right, we do have reports of a ground stop at Bush Airport at this point. So of course, it is a big travel day. It's a big travel week. Of course, Thanksgiving just a few days away, and now we do have reports of a ground stop at Bush Airport. All right, we got video just in from the Cypress Woods Fire Department of a possible tornado, and you can definitely see that lowering there, and it's tough to see. You got trees down there, so tough to see if it's actually on the ground, but you can certainly see that funnel, the lowering of that cloud, and a very dangerous looking storm, an ominous, scary looking storm. And of course, hopefully people were taking shelter, and I'm sure they were startled by this, but hopefully they were taking this seriously and getting to a safe spot. The good news, that storm did flare up. It got super strong, but it is now weakened, and now we are no longer dealing with that tornado warning. All right, I do want to move up to the Bush Airport area since we do have a ground stop here. Not seeing anything severe, but we do have some heavy rain that likely will be pushing in. And this is the cell that the National Weather Service was monitoring that looked like it could start to turn into a supercell. And you can kind of start to see a little notch there, what could be interpreted as a little hook. So we're going to have to watch this one closely. This is going to be to the east of Brookhaven and to the east of Sunnyside. You can kind of see right around Reed Road, north of Airport Boulevard, Reed Road, Pershing Street, east of Edgar Street. This is going to be in between Foster Place, 610, the 610 Loop, east of Sunnyside. We are beginning to see a little something there that looks maybe a bit concerning. So I'm going to have to monitor this because these storms can quickly pulse up and they can rapidly increase with this rotation, and we could get a quick tornado. So this is storm relative velocity, and just in the last scan, you can kind of start to see where we do have more rotation showing up. So if this really starts to flare up, I want you to know exactly where this is. So this is going to be right around Mayfair, Reed Road, Airport Boulevard, Makawa Road, Nunn Street, and approaching the Park Place area. So this is going to be at the intersection of the 610 Loop and 45. So the intersection of 610 and 45 is exactly where this potential rotation would be headed. So if you are in Harrisburg, Allendale, Park Place, Gulf Crest, down towards Mayfair, Reed Road, Airport Boulevard, right around 610, you definitely need to be seeking shelter potentially because it looks like this storm could be flaring up. So I'm going to basically switch back to our reflectivity mode, our radar, and you can really start to see where this hook is starting to develop. So if we were to have a tornado, this would be the area of concern, and that is right over Mayfair, right around 610, really just south of 610. So at this point, no tornado warning with this just yet, but this is our next area of concern that we will be closely monitoring. And once again, this is going to be around Mayfair 610, where 610 and Interstate 45 intersect with each other. 45, Gulf Freeway, and 610. It's going to head very close to that point. Park Place, and of course, if you are east of this, over towards Allendale and Harrisburg, you certainly want to be, keeping a close eye on this and make sure you have your alerts and on and away to get those warnings, because we are going to have the potential for this to get stronger, and we can't rule out a tornado warning coming out for that cell. All right, I'm going to reset the view. I want to give you an overview of the storm that, of course, had the tornado warning, and it's just basically kind of fallen apart as we pushed up to the north over the last 30 minutes or so. Gotten a little bit weaker. So here's where it is over Crossgate Village, Enclave Villages, and Spring. No longer dealing with the threat for a tornado there. However, we do have several other storms out there that we are going to continue to monitor, but at this point, not dealing with the potential for a possible tornado. All right, I'm going to check and see with the National Weather Service to see if there are any updates on any damage, any new storm reports. At this point, no additional reports, but we did have a member of the public report that funnel cloud near the Champion Forest area. User indicated that it may have briefly touched down. The report was made over the last 10 minutes or so. And of course, the trees down at Cypresswood and Jones Road. So at this point, we're still monitoring these storms for that potential for a tornado. I want to put the tornado watch back on the map so you can see why we are still going with our continuous coverage. We're still concerned that basically between now and 7 o'clock, some of these storms could pulse up in a very warm, moist, and unstable environment, and they could quickly produce additional tornadoes. All right, you could see the radar here. I'm actually going to go back over the last hour or so, and you can see where we did have that tornado warning and confirmed tornado warning roll right over north central Harris County and north central or south central Montgomery County. So we did have reports of very strong rotation and a possible tornado up around the Cypress, Tomball areas, and then over towards Spring, it really kind of fell apart. And that's good news for you in the Woodlands. It did fall apart, especially with that stronger rotation before it reached the Woodlands. So now we are monitoring yet another storm trying to get going that could potentially develop some stronger rotation. And we are closely monitoring this for the potential for some stronger rotation. This could pulse up and maybe produce a tornado at any point. At this point, no tornado warning, so it's not rotation that is strong enough to produce that. All right, we're going to show video once again. This is from rotation earlier. This is a funnel cloud. You can see that rotating wall cloud. You can see the funnel cloud. Not exactly sure if the tornado is on the ground. Of course, you can see that tree line kind of blocking our view there, but definitely the possibility that we did have a tornado doing damage on the ground there at that point. All right, and we also got a tweet from Sheriff Gonzalez about some storm damage. Do we know exactly where this storm damage was located? This is going to be southeast of Spring, Cypress, and 249. So right around the Spring, Cypress area, 249. And this is definitely where we did have some of that stronger rotation. We have reports of power out in Creekville. And of course, the last time we showed our power outage map, our power outage tracker, it was already close to 30,000 folks without power. So certainly dealing with the situation that could have been worse, but of course it's bad enough. We've got several thousand people without power. We already have reports of a tornado touching down. We've seen video, Jones Road near Louetta Road. It looks like this is video that I'm looking at here on the computer of a funnel cloud. That's where we had that really strong rotation. And of course, as this moved over the Cypress, Jersey Village, Tomball areas, we did have other reports coming in. Emerald Mist and Stubner Airline near Hooks Airport. Of course, we had pictures of a potential tornado, definitely a funnel cloud. And of course, the fire department reports possible structure damage near Louetta Road, east of State Highway 249 in Klein. So, bottom line, we definitely have had a tornado touch down, at least briefly, and we could have the potential for more damage. Right now, none of these other storms are showing extremely strong rotation, but keep in mind that we do have a tornado watch that is in place for much of the area. It does not include our coastal counties, so notice if you're down around Lake Jackson, Galveston, over into Chambers County, Matagorda County, you are not included in this tornado watch. However, if you're in Harris County, Fort Bend County, up towards Grimes County, Waller, Montgomery County, Washington County, up at around the Navasota area, College Station, Liberty County, San Jacinto, Polk County, northern spots, especially if you're north of Interstate 10, that is where the higher tornado potential will be. At this point, it is just a watch. That means conditions are favorable for the development of these supercell storms that could quickly put out another tornado. But of course, we've had more than a watch. We've had a tornado warning, and we're going to continue to monitor any of these storms for potential rotation. All right, I'm going to turn the tornado watch off and give you a closer look at the storm that is pushing across parts of the Houston area. This is not over the downtown Houston area, but it is right around Magnolia Park, Harrisburg, and just west of Galena Park. So closer view here will show you that it is impacting 45, the Gulf Freeway, very close to Pecan Park, Harrisburg, Magnolia Park, up towards Clinton Drive. You're getting some very heavy rain. And at this point, no lightning strikes in this, but it did kind of have that kind of notch in it, that hook signature. So indications that there could have been some weaker rotation, and that's pretty much what I'm seeing as I'm checking out our rotation detector and our storm winds, our storm velocity. You can kind of see the green and the red, not really tightly wound up or close together, but we do have some weaker rotation showing up around Magnolia Park, Clinton Park, and Harrisburg. So this is going to be crossing over Clinton Park. All right, we're getting an update from Bush Airport. Of course, we were telling you about delays there, I believe a ground stop. We are now getting information that some of those flights are now being diverted away from Bush Airport due to these storms. Of course, if you've been up in an airplane, you know, you don't want to fly through storms like this. Super turbulent. You can quickly lose altitude. So of course, pilots don't want to fly through this. And of course, passengers don't want to deal with it because it can get bumpy, it can get noisy, lightning can strike the plane. So yeah, they're trying to avoid any potential issues. So they are diverting some of those planes away from Bush Airport. So of course, it is a big travel day. Thanksgiving, just a couple of days away, and you want to get to your destination. You may have family, friends coming into town, and you're just going to have to be a little patient because Mother Nature not cooperating. We do have these strong storms that are popping up and causing some havoc, wreaking havoc at our big airports. Bush Airport and both Hobby Airport have been dealing with delays off and on throughout the day. Good news right now, no tornado warning, but I have been monitoring this cell. Once again, this is off to the east and southeast of downtown Houston, stretching from Magnolia Park to Harrisburg to Clinton Park to Jacinto City. It is starting to move away from the Gulf Freeway. It is over 610 at this point. Notice around Harrisburg and LaPorte Freeway East, kind of a little notch or a little hook there. So that's what we've been monitoring to see if this rotation can kind of get wound up and get stronger, and that would mean the possibility of a tornado warning. All right, we're also getting reports that Hobby Airport reporting delays as well. So it's just going to be a slow go really for both of the big airports in Houston, Bush Airport and Hobby Airport, because we've got so many of these storms popping up. We've got heavy rain, we've got some lightning in some of these storms, we've had a confirmed tornado across the area, and we could have more severe weather as we go through the rest of the day. I want us to pull up our Fox weather alert system if we can and see some of our latest warnings and see what we have going on with that, if we can get that up. in just a second or two, because we do still have quite a few alerts going on, and we're going to be showing you that throughout the afternoon as well. Just looking back behind, we do have a travel alert. 3,500 plus flights have been disrupted across the United States due to likely a lot of weather issues. So this is from Flight Aware. So over 3,000 flights being disrupted. A lot of those flights probably coming to Texas or trying to leave the Texas area because we have this severe weather. And of course, we still have our tornado watch going for the Houston area and areas north of Houston until 7 p.m. This is the storm closest to Houston right now. You can see downtown Houston here, Magnolia Park, Harrisburg, Clinton Park. This is the area that we're watching. We definitely have heavy rain. We didn't have any lightning in this cell. Now starting to get a few lightning strikes. It's trying to get a little bit stronger. Checking out the storm velocity, you can see that there is some weak rotation. This is 610 and Turning Basin. So the 610 East Loop at Turning Basin, and the heavy rain is coming down. This is not far from the ship channel, and it looks like drivers out there are taking it slow for the most part. I see a few people going a little bit faster, but yeah, when you talk about downpours like that, best thing to do is to take it slow. Visibility is reduced. It's hard to see. Accident risk increases. So please take it easy out there, because we certainly have some disruptive weather for your holiday Thanksgiving week going on. All right, I want to take you to some video. I believe this is from the Cypress area around 249. And we do have a very good view of a funnel cloud, and could potentially be a tornado, but definitely a funnel cloud. Can't exactly tell if that is on the ground, because sometimes it's very difficult to see if it's actually touching the ground, but certainly a very good view of a supercell storm. You can see that funnel cloud. You can see that very classic shape. And to me, it looks like it is on the ground, because you can kind of see the air kind of circulating. It looks like there may be a little bit of debris. So certainly that does appear to be a tornado there. So thanks so much for that video. We continue to get more and more video in of what has just been a very active, crazy afternoon. What a way to kick off our Thanksgiving holiday week. This is not really what you want to be dealing with when you're basically trying to get a few days away from work, spend time with friends, spend time with family, but you've got tornadoes happening in and around the area. So this is just a reminder that you always want to be prepared for severe weather, no matter if it's a holiday, if it's not a holiday, if it's springtime, or if it's late November, because this is certainly a threat year-round. All right, I want to take you back to our radar. If you are just joining us, give you an overview of what is going on. Once again, here is the tornado watch. We do still have a low to medium shot for the possibility for tornadoes. Of course, tornado watch means conditions are favorable in the environment for some of these storms to pulse up and rotate, and they could produce tornadoes. We've already had that happen up around the Cypress, Tomball, Jersey Village areas, and we could have it happen with additional storms. I do want to see if we can get more information from the National Weather Service. This is a new update from the National Weather Service Klein Fire Department Admin Complex. I'm looking at some pictures here, and it's showing some pretty good damage, pretty extensive damage. This is at the Klein Fire Department Administration Complex. This is Stubner Airline and Spring Cypress. So that is when we did have that strongest rotation showing up on radar. Also, it looks like we have a storm chaser sharing a video on social media showing light debris being lofted by a storm. They noted rotation was visible in this storm that would eventually go on to produce a tornado. So that was 1 mile south of Cypress. So that was a little bit earlier when we did have that stronger rotation. All right, I'm going to switch to our shear rate product and turn the tornado watch off. So this kind of gives you an idea of where we do have some of that rotation, whether it be weak or strong. And at this point, really the only little bit that we're seeing would be with this cell that's going to be just east of the downtown Houston area. So you can see weak rotation showing up in this storm here, but you can also see what appears to be kind of a notch or a bit of a hook still trying to develop. So even though it's weak rotation now, we're still concerned that this could quickly flare up or slowly strengthen and turn into something more dangerous. So if you are around Jacinto City, really in between Jacinto City and Galena Park, you definitely need to be taking this seriously. This is going to be around Holland Avenue, North Main Street, and Federal Road, Clinton Park, the Galena Park area, and Greens Bayou. So if this were to develop into a tornado, that would be the area of concern. Still showing some weaker rotation in this. This is going to be right around the East Freeway, Crosby Freeway West, Maxey Road, Wallaceville Road, right around Oates Prairie. So in between Oates Prairie, Jacinto City, and Galena Park and Greens Bayou, that's where that weaker rotation is showing up. Good news right now, National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning on that, but it is something we're watching because we do see still some weak rotation showing up right around Jacinto City, and this is rolling right over Interstate 10. So definitely keep that in mind if you are going to be in that area. All right, radar just updated. Latest scan showing that weaker rotation has moved up towards Wallaceville Road, Maxey Road, Crosby Freeway around Oates Prairie, and still not looking extremely strong. So that is certainly some good news. However, we do still have a storm producing a lot of heavy rain. You can still see kind of a hook there. We've got a few lightning strikes showing up. So it is something that we are going to continue to monitor. All right, elsewhere, we do still have some scattered downpours. This is going to be back to the west, Fayetteville, Belleville, Sealy. We're monitoring these storms for any possible severe activity. No hail showing up at this point. Not seeing anything concerning as far as strong rotation, but you can see heavy rain, Fayetteville, Belleville, Sealy. Yes, you're going to get in on some heavy rain with that. But at this point, looking good as far as the tornado threat. Not really seeing anything concerning in that department. All right, we've got new video now out of northwestern Harris County. Now, do we know exactly when this video was taken?
I really don't feel like we should be right here.
Okay, so this is within the past hour in the Cypress area. You can see a Wells Fargo bank there, and you can also see a very scary looking cloud. Likely a funnel cloud off in the distance. So a lot of people have been doing a great job of shooting video. Of course, we don't want you to put yourself in harm's way to get any kind of great video. We love seeing the video. Keep sending those in if you can, pictures, video, but make sure to do it safely. If you have to put yourself in harm's way, just let it go. It's not worth it. But at this point, good news, no tornado warnings across the area. Still dealing though with the tornado watch. All right, I do want to take you up into western portions of Walker County. This is going to be around Loma, Goshen, and Bath. This is going to be west of Huntsville. We do have a cluster of storms here. They extend up to Mossy Grove. So some very heavy rain here. In fact, over the last couple of hours, let's say over the last 3 hours, we do have indication of 1 to 2 inches of rain falling here. But at this point, no flash flood warnings or flood advisories and no severe thunderstorm warnings. All right. While we have a bit of a break from at least the tornado warnings, I do want to take you through some viewer photos that we have been getting in. This one is from Laura in the Spring area. Looks like maybe she was out, trying to run some errands, do some shopping. Then you see scary looking clouds, severe storms. This one is from Bridgeland in Cypress, and you could see a lot of rain coming down. That one was from Peggy. And it looks like she took this likely in her backyard, and very heavy rain coming down. Fortunately, doesn't appear that a tornado was rolling through, but super heavy rain and of course severe weather in the area. All right, thank you to Amy Palm for this one. This one was taken in the Tomball area, Spring Cypress and Champion Forest. And that did look like a tornado to me. So, all right, this one was from Brittany McCain in the Houston area. Thank you so much, Brittany. Bear Creek. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, it looks like we lost it, but hopefully we'll get it back. But yeah, thank you for the pictures, and we are going to continue to show those pictures and videos coming in, but we want to continue to update you on the radar. And right now, not seeing anything super concerning. The strongest storm is the one that I have been pointing out to you. It is going to be in east central Harris County. You could see this hook, or what appears to be at least a slight hook, trying to develop. It's been trying to get a little bit stronger, but at this point, checking out our storm winds, our shear rate, not really seeing a whole lot as far as the potential for a strong tornado, but we do have a storm all by itself. We have a very warm, moist, unstable atmosphere. We have a lot of spin in the atmosphere, so we still can't rule out this storm at some point as it pushes northeast, briefly becoming strong enough to produce a tornado. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on it as it continues to race off to the north and east. So we are going to put a track on this. Should reach you in Cloverleaf in about 4 minutes. At this point, nothing severe about it, no severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, but it just looks a little concerning, and it has been showing some weak spin or weak rotation off and on over the last 15 to 30 minutes. So we're going to continue to monitor that one closely. All right, let's see if we've got any updates from the National Weather Service, any additional pictures or storm damage. A storm chaser reporting damage and sharing pictures on social media showing this possible damage near Village Hills Drive and Colony Creek, possible tornado damage rather. The photos showed numerous trees down with one large tree uprooted. Roof damage could also be seen. So this was going to be 7 miles southeast of Tomball in Harris County. And of course, that is the area where we did have that stronger rotation, and of course where we did have reports of an actual confirmed tornado. So once again, this is a storm chaser reporting damage along Village Hills Drive in Colony Creek, about 7 miles south and east of Tomball. So we've had reports of structural damage, some roof damage, trees uprooted, trees blown down, and of course close to 30,000 people, at least the last time we checked, without power. So we are monitoring these cells closely. The good news is that we don't have a ton of them. We did have one that kind of overperformed and it really blew up and produced that tornado, that confirmed tornado, but at this point, no active tornado warnings. We are though still closely monitoring this storm east of Oates Prairie. This is going to be south of Beaumont Place, northwest of Cloverleaf, and you can still kind of see that hook there approaching Wood Forest Boulevard, just east of Maxey Road, and it is going to be rolling right over Crosby Freeway West. All right, we've got Leslie Delisbour headed towards the damage area. So this is going to be where we did have reports of a possible tornado, some damage reported. So this is Stubner Airline, I believe. Leslie, exactly.
Yes, yeah, that's right, Ramisha. So we are actually on Spring Cypress Road, about to turn onto Stubner Airline. We've been sitting in traffic in this area for about 10 minutes now or so. It appears that a light is out here at the intersection of Stubner Airline Road and Spring Cypress Road. We were coming from Southwest Houston near the West Belford area, or on West Belford Avenue, excuse me, and now we are getting ready to turn onto Stubner Airline where there is some reported damage. So we again, we have not gotten there yet. There is a lot of traffic. One second, that's the GPS there. Spring Cypress Road and Stubner Airline Road. So once we get there, we'll check back in with you guys and give you an update. But again, this light is out here, so if you're heading in this direction, prepared to be sitting in traffic for about 10-15 minutes. We did see a Centerpoint truck, so it appears that someone is out here working to try to get this light back on, but we will be sure to keep you guys posted. Ramisha, back to you.
Thank you, Leslie, for that update. And that's just a reminder that there are other hazards out there due to these severe storms. It's not just the potential for trees down. Of course, we've got tornado damage, roofs have been ripped off, a few structures, and we also have the possibility of traffic lights being out. That could lead to possible accidents. So please just be really careful out there. This is kind of happening at a bad time because this is the beginning of a huge holiday week. A lot of you are still trying to get out of Houston. You have family, friends trying to drive in or fly in, and we do have this risk for severe weather. We've already had a few storms pulse up and become severe, and we have had a confirmed tornado as well around Cypress, Jersey Village, and the Tomball area. So definitely, please be careful out there. We're continuing to monitor the radar. We're monitoring storm reports, and I want to show you exactly what's happening on our radar right now, kind of put this into motion, and you'll see this system kind of coming together. It looks like we have a couple of broken lines of showers and storms trying to develop to our west. So basically what we've been experiencing so far have been what we were most concerned with. These are those isolated, discrete supercells that develop ahead of the main line, and they basically have all of that warm, moist, unstable atmosphere to draw from, and they can quickly pulse up, start to rotate, and produce a tornado. And that's what we had happen around the Cypress area, Cypress, Tomball, Jersey Village. So we are hoping that we don't see another one of those supercells pop up. We're monitoring one in eastern Harris County that could possibly do that. It's all by itself, but once we start to see a more solid line of showers and storms moving through, the tornado risk will decrease, but we will still have the risk for maybe some 60, 65, 70 mile per hour damaging wind gusts, and we will still have the risk for large hail, but the tornado threat will start to get a little bit lower. All right, I do want to take you back and show you briefly, while we have a break from warnings, our tornado risk for today. So you can see that it is a low to medium risk, but notice the highest tornado risk is going to be from northern parts of Houston up towards the Woodlands, Conroe, Huntsville, Atascocita, over towards Liberty, Cleveland, Livingston, and even up towards Trinity and Madisonville. So these are going to be the areas of greatest concern for tornado potential, but keep in mind that the entire area is basically under the risk for the possibility, at least a low risk, for some severe weather. In fact, I want to show you another graphic. This is our day one convective outlook. So basically our overall risk for severe weather today, and it's a 2 out of 5 for the majority of the area, really from Houston all the way up to Huntsville, Livingston, and you can see it's even lower risk south of Houston, but it is still a risk. So even down close to Galveston, League City, there's still a low risk for severe weather. So tornado risk is low to medium, but we also still have the risk for damaging wind and hail. So notice the low risk for wind. That means wind gusts 60 miles per hour or greater. And we also have the risk for severe hail. That would be quarter size or larger, maybe up to golf ball size. So we are monitoring these other risks as we go through the afternoon. All right, we now have an update on damage. The Cypress Creek Fire Department just sent us a picture of some damage in the area. You can see some of those traffic cones kind of blown down. You can see other damage in and around the area, just things kind of blown around that shouldn't be blown around. You can also see damage here. This is the EMS building that we were telling you about earlier. You can clearly see that there was some structural damage done to that. And you can see those homes in the background as well. It looks like some of the bricks have been ripped off, also some possible roof damage to some of them. So there certainly was a potential tornado that came through this area. Of course, the National Weather Service will go out in the next couple of days and send out some survey crews and teams to determine exactly what type of wind caused this. But of course, we do already have a confirmed tornado. We have new video from a viewer of a funnel, and wow, that is certainly very impressive. This is going to be from James Tamayo from Facebook, and you can see that classic funnel, and with the houses blocking it, you can't tell exactly if it is on the ground, but it certainly looks like it could be. We don't really get to see the debris flying with this view because we can't really get a clear shot of it to see if it's on the ground, but that is an incredible shot. Please keep sending us these pictures and videos if you can safely get them, because this is certainly incredible video that we are seeing of that supercell that rolled across parts of Harris and Montgomery County. So current look at radar, and it is pretty good news. Here's the radar over the last 30 minutes. We've been watching these storms trying to pop up and get going, but at this point, we haven't really seen another storm like the one we saw during the early part of the afternoon that did produce the tornado. The storm in eastern Harris County has been trying to pulse up, but not really getting going very much. I'll zoom in on that one. It is still producing some very heavy rain, a couple of lightning strikes. It is going to be in between Sheldon, Barrett, Crosby, right around Highway 90, but it is not severe. So certainly some heavy rain, a little bit of lightning, maybe some 30-40 mile per hour gusts, but that is going to be it. Not really showing any potential at this point for a tornado. We are looking inside of the storms at those storm winds, and as you can see, there's not much to see there. As far as shear, rotation detector not picking up anything, so not as concerned about the possibility of a tornado with that storm, so that is good news. But of course, we will continue to monitor the rest of these storms. It looks like we have another cell trying to pop up. This is going to be right around Northampton, west of Rayford, Crossgate Village, northwest of Spring, south of the Woodland, so we'll watch that one to see if it can get any stronger. But at this point, not really seeing anything that appears to be severe. All right, I'm checking to see if we have any new updates from the National Weather Service. Looks like there are no additional updates. It looks like the main storm of the day was likely going to be that one that rolled across Cypress, Tomball, and Jersey Village. In fact, I want to go back over the last hour or so and show you exactly what we had as far as our shear rate. Might have to go back a little bit more. All right, there we go. So this is over the last 2 hours, and you can clearly see that strong rotation blow up there right around Cypress, Charterwood, and just south of Tomball. All right, we have Jamila Lomas from the Klein Fire Department on the phone right now. All right, so
Hi there.
what
How
are
you
you seeing? How are you, ma'am?
We're good. We are just trying to get to multiple scenes right now. There's a lot of damage in the Klein Spring area. We have multiple units are responding to multiple scenes, whether it be electrical hazards, down power lines, or trees through structures meaning mainly residential homes, some light fires that have happened because of lightning strikes. Our admin building was actually hit by the sidewinded, I think, by the tornado. We're still assessing the damage there, but there's lots of widespread damage.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Now, as far as confirmation of a tornado or any extensive damage, what's been the most extensive damage, and have you gotten official confirmation that a tornado did actually roll through that area?
Not official confirmation, no, just what we saw with our eyes. No,
and what did you see? Can you describe what you saw?
A lot of wind, specifically at our administration building. Debris flying through the air. We saw a trailer go through our parking lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it was I couldn't tell you if we saw a touchdown, but we definitely saw a lot of wind.
And what's some of the worst damage that you've seen in the area so far?
So far, I saw several very tall trees that had fallen down on power lines. There was some attic damage to one of the structures where I was. We're headed to another scene right now, where there seemed to be some structural damage from a tree falling, but I couldn't tell you if it's fallen through anything until I get my eyes on it.
Okay, yes, I'm going back and looking at when we had the strongest rotation with that storm that produced that tornado, and it looks like it was rolling right over Charterwood, Klein, right around 140 to 150. That's where we had that strongest rotation. But the good news is that there are currently no tornado warnings and things have improved. I know you have a lot of work ahead to clean up, to recover. Another question I want to ask you, have you heard of any injuries or fatalities?
So far, no. We have not heard of any injuries, no.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. We hope you are able to recover quickly, and hopefully this will be it for your severe weather for today.
We hope so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, let's head back to Leslie Delaspore in the Spring area around Stubner Airline. Leslie, are you there?
Yes, Ramisha, I am here, and I just ran into a witness here. Thank you so much for stopping to chat with us. We pulled up and you were standing out here, kind of observing some of this damage. So tell us your name and kind of what you saw earlier.
Yeah, Obi. So I saw a big bolt of lightning strike in front of me, and then the alarm goes off, and then I come outside, and I just see it was like out of a movie. I just see debris just in the air start circling, and then I go inside and I come back, and then I start seeing the clouds, how it comes down, and then a garbage bin just flies past my head, so I just run.
And so now, obviously, this is Harris County Emergency Services Department building, but you don't live too far from here, so that garbage can was over by your apartment, or were you kind of over, kind of along the street here?
No, I was at my apartment.
Gotcha. So when you walked over here and you saw all of this, just kind of what went through your head, or is this some of the debris that you saw flying around that you were talking about?
Yeah. So I was saying it was a tornado, but I was like, I might be tripping until I saw it on my phone. Like, it actually said, "Oh, confirmed tornado." I was like, "Oh, this is real." It was really scary,
Yeah. I mean, have you ever experienced anything like that, or seen any, or come close to anything like that?
The last storm that came through affected this area pretty bad. So this is the second time something like this has happened.
Yeah. And to see the structure damage, I mean, what kind of goes through your mind? I mean, we have what looks like a small barn down, some trailers down. It sounds like, I don't know what that whoosh noise is that's coming up, but just what's going through your head when you see all this?
It just goes through my head that things could change in a snap. You're here one time and everything can change the next second. It's really eye-opening to me.
Yeah, and we were coming down Cypress Springs Road to Stubner Airline, and we saw the light was out. Do you guys have power over here?
No, we don't have no power.
How long have you guys been out without power?
Since it started, like an hour. So.
Okay. Any updates or anything about maybe when it'll come back on at all, or no?
I have no idea. I'm just waiting it out.
Gotcha. Anything else you want to add or say just about your experience, what you saw, how scary it was, anything at all?
I mean, I'll just say everyone stay safe. You never know what could be happening outside, and be aware of the updates and on your phone. Make sure you stay on top of the weather.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much, Obi, and stay safe out here. I appreciate it. Ramisha, again, this is on Stubner Airline, not too far from Cypress Springs Road, where we were just talking with you guys. We were in the car. We stepped out and we got here. And again, this is at the Harris County Emergency Services Department building, on the other side of that building, actually. And as you can see, there's tons of debris. There's roof damage, limbs broken down, or limbs on the ground, excuse me. If you look over to the left, my photographer might be able to pan. There's a white, it appears some kind of barn is down, broken trees. So there's a lot of damage within this facility over here. And again, the man that we were just speaking to lives just on the other side of this fence. You can't really see it due to all the vegetation there, but he lives just on the other side of this fence here. And he was talking about what he saw, all of this debris that you're looking at kind of up in the air, probably just feet away from him. So we're going to continue to stay in this area and try to gather some more information, talk to other folks that live in this area, and we'll try to keep you guys posted on the latest. Reporting in Spring, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
Thank you so much for that report, Leslie. And like you said, extensive damage there. So we will continue to monitor this, but at this point, we are definitely seeing a lot of pictures, a lot of videos, reports of a lot of damage. The National Weather Service now confirming that we had at least 2 tornado touchdowns. Now, this was from the same storm, but likely the tornado touchdown for a bit in the Cypress area, likely lifted and was just a funnel cloud spinning in the air, and then touched down again for the second time around Tomball. So that is what they're saying right now. So I actually kind of went back in time with our Fox Red radar, and I wanted to show you what this looked like as it moved through. You could see this shear tracker here on our radar, and it basically indicates that we had extremely strong rotation showing up in this. You can see this just to the south and west of Cypress. This was around 1:15 p.m. southwest of Cypress Fills, and then I'll go into the future putting this into motion. You can see that strong rotation, that supercell storm roll right over Cypress, putting down a tornado, and then it lifted likely. We got that confirmed tornado warning. You see that purple polygon there, and then it likely touched down again right around the Tomball area before lifting again. And then as this cell reached the Woodlands and Spring, it did start to weaken a little bit, but we now have confirmation of at least 2 tornadoes being produced by that storm. So that is certainly an update. We're getting in pictures and video from several of you, from local law enforcement, other officials, of pretty major extensive damage across parts of that area, Montgomery County and northern central portions of Harris County. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Of course, we are still in the event. We do still have a tornado watch in place. So I don't want to let you think that the threat is over. We no longer have any active tornado warnings. However, we do still have a very unstable atmosphere out there. We've got a storm system slowly rolling in. So we can't rule out additional warnings that could mean danger for you. So we are still closely monitoring the radar. Right now, it is just a tornado watch near and north of Interstate 10. That's where the biggest severe risk is going to be for today. And this stretches from Rosenberg to Sealy, Katy, Houston, Aldine, the Woodlands, Brenham, College Station, Navasota, all the way up to Huntsville, over to Cleveland, Liberty, and even up towards Livingston, Trinity, Madisonville, and over into College Station. Right now, looking at the radar, I'm actually going to turn the tornado watch off. Looking at our radar, we're not seeing anything too impressive looking as far as rotation. I'm going to turn on our rotation detector, and I'm not really seeing anything where we have signs of strong rotation. And storms out there at this point. We do have this one storm that's kind of fallen apart. It did look a little impressive for a minute there in eastern Harris County. Now it's in eastern Harris, western Liberty County, stretching from Sheldon to Crosby, over to Sheeks, Esperson, and South Dayton. So this storm has fallen apart, but you're still getting some rain there right along Highway 90, but nothing that is severe. So that is some good news. All right. Farther north into northwest San Jacinto, northeastern Walker County, Riverside, Staley, Dodge, west of Darby Hill, west of Snow Hill. We do have a storm here, but it is not showing any signs of strong rotation here. Looking at our storm winds, not seeing anything too impressive, and looking at our rotation detector, not seeing anything there either. But we do have heavy rain. We do have a few lightning strikes. You will want to watch out for that. We are monitoring a couple lines of storms that have been trying to develop back to the west of these isolated cells. So you can see this activity is extending from College Station to Navasota. I'm actually going to stop the radar here and show you exactly where these storms are in real time. Time right now is 3:03 from College Station to Snook to Somerville. You can see we do have a few clusters of storms here, about 52 lightning strikes, very heavy rain. Of course, if these storms sit over you for a longer period of time, we could be dealing with maybe some flood alerts, flood advisories, but not seeing that at this point. Farther south, I want to show you where we do have additional heavy rain and a little bit of lightning. About 16 lightning strikes from Burton to Brenham to Industry, right along Highway 290. This is going to be northwest of Cypress, over towards Hempstead, Pine Island, and Belleville. So we do have clusters of storms developing, but right now, nothing that is showing any signs of being severe. So that is certainly some good news. All right, I do want to show you what our futurecast is showing, because you might be wondering what's in store for the rest of this evening and overnight. So We're a few minutes after 3, so this is our high resolution futurecast, and it is still showing through about 4, 4:15, 4:30, 4:45, 5 p.m. the possibility for more of these clusters of strong, possibly severe storms to blow up across the area. They're not all going to produce tornadoes. None of them may produce tornadoes, but the potential is still there, so it is something we are going to be monitoring closely. As we go into this evening and overnight, we are still expecting more storms to form. We're actually expecting a solid line to most likely start to develop around 7, 8 o'clock. You can see that line around Conroe, the Woodlands, Cypress, Sealy, at least this one particular model showing it at this timing. Then it pushes into Houston around 9 to 10 o'clock, and right over Houston still around 10:30, 10:45 as it kind of slows down a little bit. So it looks like for Houston between 9 to 11 o'clock, we will likely have a solid line of storms. This is going to be ahead of the actual system, the actual front. Then as we go into the late night hours, midnight, 12:30, 1 a.m., it looks like that line will start to push close to the coast. So between midnight to 2 a.m., the potential for that line to be impacting our coastal spots like Galveston, the Bolivar Peninsula, Lake Jackson, and Angleton. So that is the timing. So even though things are fairly quiet right now, for some of you, there's still the potential for another solid line of storms to roll through as we go through tonight. So I think really between now and midnight for Houston, we've still got to watch things closely. We will get breaks, but there is still the potential for a few of these isolated supercell storms to develop ahead of that main line. And then of course we are expecting the solid line later tonight. And we are going to have the potential for some damaging wind. All right, we do have new pictures to show you. And where was this again? This is Kirkendall in the Spring area, and you can see that we do have some damage showing up here. It looks like damage to some roofs there, rooftop damage, and also some trees that have been snapped. Of course, we earlier heard of some trees that were uprooted. We heard one woman reporting seeing a trailer flying across her as that storm rolled through. We've got more pictures here, this one coming from Marlin, and you can see that, we've got more damage, more tree damage, more structural damage. You can see a large tree kind of laying on its side there. So certainly a lot of damage with trees being snapped, trees being uprooted. Power outages have been reported. We have seen these structural damage reports really increasing from that confirmed tornado that we had earlier around Tomball and another one around the Cypress area. Good news right now, no tornado warnings have been reported in the last hour or so. So we've calmed things down, but the threat is still there, and we do still have the potential for a few more of these storms to produce tornadoes. So there is the tornado watch. And this tornado watch still goes for almost another 4 hours. So we are not out of the woods. The threat is still there. I want to ask our producers if we do have any updates from Bush Airport or Hobby Airport of any delays or ground stops or anything going on there, so we can update folks on what's happening there. And also, let's just briefly pull up our Fox weather alert system and show you what we have going on there. Of course, a few hours ago, this thing was inundated with tons of alerts, warnings. It kind of prioritizes which alerts are the most severe across the country, and it kind of gives you an idea of what's going on. So if we could pull up the Fox weather alert system briefly and show folks what's going on with that. We do still have, of course, our tornado watch that includes parts of Louisiana and, of course, our area right here in Southeast Texas until 7 o'clock. So that is the main alert. So we're really the problem weather spot across the country, because this thing tracks alerts, not just locally, but really all across the country. And it really shows us which ones are the highest priority? Which ones do we really need to be concerned about? And of course, the tornado watch is definitely something to be concerned about. And we've already had this tornado watch warranted because we had a confirmed tornado, not just one, but two, one around Cypress and another around the Tomball area. As far as the latest with our airports, still getting reports of some delays for Hobby Airport and for Bush Airport. You may have friends, family trying to get into town to enjoy some turkey, some nice sides, some fixings, maybe some sweet potatoes, green bean casserole, whatever you like. But as far as the delays, they are still ongoing. So hopefully they'll be able to get in safely. I know earlier some of those flights were being diverted away from Bush Airport because we've had some crazy weather in and around the airports and of course around Cypress, Jersey Village, and Tomball. So we're watching things closely. Our radar is still showing some spotty showers and storms, but here's a little bit of good news. We did have our power outages close to 30,000, around 27,000 not long ago. Now power outage is down to about 17,000. So we've turned the power back on for about 10,000 folks. So that is an improvement. So hopefully no additional tornadoes or severe storms or damaging wind will roll through. But of course we are scanning the skies, we're watching the radar, and we're keeping a close eye on what is happening out there. As far as our updates from the National Weather Service, this is the last thing that was reported. It looks like damage was reported at the Klein Fire Department Administration Complex. We've already seen pictures of that along Stubner Airline Road. Photos showed debris scattered across the area with downed fences and scattered traffic cones. Yes, that's exactly what we were seeing in those photos earlier. Siding was peeled off portions of the engine building, and a metal shed was also lofted and crushed in the adjacent neighborhood. So that's 6 miles southeast of Tomball in Harris County. So it's really north central Harris County, south central Montgomery County. That was the hardest hit, and you can see some of those pictures right there from some of that damage that I was just describing. So once again, we've got the scattered traffic cones that you can clearly see. We've got the down fences reported, siding peeled off portions of the engine building, and even in the distance you can see some of those homes appear to have sustained a bit of roof damage, and it looks like a structure was kind of sucked up from the ground there in the distance as well. So definitely some damage. A metal shed was also lofted and crushed in the adjacent neighborhood. So I think that's what I was just seeing off in the distance, because it definitely looked like it was something that was sucked up into the air, likely into that tornado. A tornado, of course, can pick something up and then just spit it out at any time, and it looks like it did crush that metal shed that you can see off in the distance. So once again, we're looking at what appears to be a tornado. It's definitely a funnel cloud. You can't exactly see if it is on the ground due to the houses kind of blocking the ground view there, but this is from James Tamayo on Facebook, and it appears to be what likely was a tornado, but certainly it was a funnel cloud, and we do know that for sure it touched down at least once around the Cypress area, kind of lifted up in the air, and then touched down again around Tomball before it lifted for good. At least that's what's being reported by the National Weather Service for now. Of course, the National Weather Service will send out crews to do more extensive investigating, kind of look at what type of damage we have, how severe is the damage, how is the damage kind of scattered on the ground, to determine exactly how strong that tornado was, the path of the tornado, and those types of things. So we will find out more details as we go through the week. But here is the good news. No additional warnings, tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings, have come out since then. We're still monitoring the radar, especially in this tornado watch area that you see here. We do have the potential for more of these storms pulsing up, but right now we're not seeing anything turn severe. And notice the strongest of the storms are now north of Interstate 10. So this is going to be the area of greatest concern north of I-10 for the rest of the afternoon and evening. So you can see clusters of storms trying to get going. This is going to be right around Brenham, Hempstead, Pine Hill, west of Navasota, crossing Highway 6. So these are strong storms that we are monitoring. But of course, we will continue to monitor this. Our coverage will continue on Fox Local. So please stick with us. The threat is not over. So make sure you keep checking back in, and we're going to update you on those confirmed tornadoes and any additional potential for severe weather.
All right, welcome to Houston Live and Local. I'm Anthony Antoine here at 315 JD. The weather department busy here for the last 2 hours or so watching the tornado activity.
It's a two meteorologist kind of day, right?
All hands on deck.
I know, right? It's good that both Ramesh and I are here because we've been taking turns. I started off the continuous coverage, and then she came in and took over for the last hour. Probably she's been on the air, and now I'll jump in here and talk a little bit more about what we've got going on. The good news is right now is that we are in a lull.
Okay.
A little quieter. There's certainly some downpours, but there's nothing tornadic. There's nothing spinning at the moment. But you'll notice the big yellow shading there, that's the tornado watch, and we're still going to be under that, and we're still going to stay with it until 7 p.m. So while we are catching our breath a little bit, we're thankful for the quiet radar as far as the tornadic storms are concerned. There is the knowing that the possibility that we keep this watch in place for several more hours, and we'll see how things develop. But where we've had a bulk of stormy weather, it sort of zaps a little bit of the energy in our atmosphere, but there's a lot of energy to kind of work with. So here's the review of what we know so far. It looks like they've even just in the last several minutes put down an additional tornado spotting. This was a weird system in the fact that one tornado would spin up and then it would kind of disappear and another rotation would take off. It's hard. A lot of times you might say, oh, well, it's the same tornado. It's just kind of dropping in and out of the sky. I don't think that was the case this time, looking at what I saw on the radar and listening to the folks at the National Weather Service. So they've got this spotted right now as 3 distinct tornadoes, and I've got at least 2 of them marked here that we're going to be able to look at. The first one was in Cypress. That was the first one at 1:36 p.m. that took place, and then after that, they're going to put one down at the Tomball area, and that was about 1:41. And I don't think I can. I'm trying to see if my remote allows me to get a better. I can't query this. Oh, wait, hold on. I do have a query. Let's see what happens. I haven't tried this before on air. Okay, woo, there's a lot of information. All right, so the third one is also Tomball, and that was the one that was at the Klein Fire Department complex. If I'm looking at all this correctly, let me make sure I got this. Let me get this right. Okay, so we had the Cypress one. The Cypress one, which is again closer to Jersey Village. Whoops! Oh, I hit the wrong button. Let's see what happens. Okay, and then we had the Tomball one at 1:41 p.m. And then we had the other Tomball one at 1:46 p.m. So that's kind of what the official word from the National Weather Service is right now as far as of what we've seen out there. They've got those 3 distinct. And again, if you're one of those places, you don't really care if it was 3 tornadoes or if it was 1 tornado. It's still the roof on your house is gone. And we've seen that in the pictures. But just kind of, again, sharing with you what we've got from the National Weather Service. They've got this designated as 3 tornadoes at the moment. They'll go out and do a survey in person, and they'll really be able to give that more official kind of rating. But for now, that's what we're going to put down in the preliminary reports. The stronger storms that we've seen out there are continuing to kind of work their way through the area. Even Walker County getting a little bit of a break now. We look back over towards Navasota and into the Bryan College Station area. Definitely some thunderstorms that are rolling on through there. All of them pretty much behaving themselves, though. As I mentioned, that yellow shading, that represents the tornado watch, a variety of temperatures depending on what kind of weather you currently have where you are right now. And This is a future cast, so this isn't radar that's live, but this is a future cast showing. Notice the clock starts at about 5 o'clock. It's going to end about 9:30 or so. This is what we're expecting to also happen tonight. Now, some of the energy, as I mentioned, has been taken out of this a little bit, but notice the green shading. This map talks about excessive rainfall. So this is talking about, will we see flooding? When this front moves through later on this evening, and you can see the clock there, we're talking about sunset and later, it's going to really stall out. It's not going to be able to come roaring through. And because it's going to be slow moving, and because it might already run over to some places that have already seen an inch of rain, the flooding threat is there. Now, the severe weather threat is starting to shift a little bit more to the northeast, but we're still included in that. When I say we, the downtown Houston area is still included. Even over to Columbus is in that level 1 out of 5 risk. The yellow shading is that level 2 out of 5 risk, basically meaning we will see some severe weather. It's just not that everybody's going to see it. And what type of severe weather is a little bit questionable. We know tornadoes are a possibility, but also damaging winds as well as large hail, like a quarter size or larger. Here's a little bit more specifics on where we're looking for that hail. The yellow shading there giving you a 15% chance of seeing some of that severe hail. So keep in mind, we got a break. We're in a lull, but certainly not done with the strong storms or even possibly severe storms. So now I am showing you the current radar. So a while ago we were looking at a future cast. This is the current radar, and you see how that's a little bit linear when you look at Austin kind of rolling back up towards the state line. That is that front. That's the line of storms that's associated with the front. We had some activity out ahead of that, but we're continuing to see some more of that stormy weather expected to come rolling in a little bit later with the storms as we're watching all of that come on by. All right, when we take a look at the current conditions in the downtown Houston area, though, certainly something that we are seeing not that bad, right? So just a quick look at the mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies. It's breezy, a lot of moisture, a lot of traffic, but we're not seeing the stormy weather overall, that's for sure. Now, let's look at the future cast and see what we have going the rest of the day. I'm going to start up here about 5 p.m. I think there's going to be more storms still going, maybe not quite as prevalent as what we see on the screen, but as we move it on a little bit going further, I want you to, again, get the idea of how this is hitting the same areas repeatedly, how slow this ragged line is moving to the south. By 10 o'clock, we'll probably have the front knocking on the door in downtown Houston, which means storms, but also means we're getting closer to it clearing. And then it's just slow going. If you're right along the coast, you might not see that much storms and rain. And I think we'll have rain chances all the way through sunrise tomorrow. But then it drops off quite a bit. And I don't expect it to be severe weather if you see some rain tomorrow morning. Maybe even through 10 a.m. we could have some isolated chances for some showers. So what we need to kind of get the message here is, number one, we're not done with the storms yet today or this particular storm system. There will be more later on. But after we do get past this line of storms, we are going to be dealing with some really pleasant weather for most of the week. A little bit warm on Tuesday, making it up to 80 degrees. But then look what happens when we drop into Wednesday. High temperatures of 70. So that means most of the day we're in the 60s. And then even cooler air, a little push of cooler air just in time for Thanksgiving Day. We'll wake up with temperatures in the upper 40s. Afternoon only in the mid to upper 60s with mostly sunny skies. And then we'll see on Friday, again, similar situation with upper 40s, around 70 with the high. Yes, there's more rain to talk about next weekend, but I'm not prepared to talk about more rain at this point in time. So, Anthony, I know we've got a lot of people traveling.
For sure.
And as far as like leaving on Wednesday or Thursday or even Tuesday, no worries locally as far as the travel concerns. We still have some trouble for getting some loved ones home tonight, which is me. Right. I've got my wife flying in tonight, so we'll see how all those storms kind of make their way and how they kind of persist. But we really are setting ourselves up for a pleasant Thanksgiving Day.
All right. The quick question on the storm, are they moving kind of fast? Because it seems like all the reporting that we've had on the ground, folks were like, it just touched down.
Yeah.
So they're moving quickly.
Well, they're moving for these types of storms. They're about normal, which is 25 to 30 miles an hour.
Okay.
So I mean, that's that's a clip. You driving down the road or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're kind of keeping the system. This first batch of them.
Okay.
This next round that we're looking for later tonight, that'll be a slower moving line.
Okay.
And again, the excessive rainfall, the flooding threat, I think is a little higher with this second line. That tornado watch we were talking about, it expires at 7 p.m.
Okay.
So we're going to transition at around 7 o'clock tonight. We're going to transition from this tornadic threat to more of a flooding possibility.
Something more than like what we're used to on a day-to-day.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
okay.
Yeah, totally.
All right, G.
But we'll see. We'll see how it pans out.
All right, JD, thank you so much. All right, we'll take a quick commercial break and come right back here with more Houston Live and Local. All right, welcome back to Houston Live and Local. I'm Anthony Antoine. The big story here today, multiple tornadoes. Early reporting indicates that 3 of them touched down here today, starting at around 1:36. We are standing by right now for a press conference to give us some more details on what's taking place on the ground. You can see there all of the media outlets, and you can see the damage. Matter of fact, right behind this individual here at the podium, waiting to speak to the media. You can see the damage right there behind. I can't make out exactly what that is, but some sort of structure obviously impacted here from the storms. It may have been a temporary building or a shed of some sort, would be our best guess. But again, we're just waiting for the official word to come here and give us some more details on what's taking place. Let's take a quick listen.
2, 3, 15.
Okay, so they're not ready. They're not ready just yet. But let me give you the rundown here because meteorologist John Dawson was just in the room with me. So here's what I know according to JD. Preliminary reporting indicates that there were 3 distinct tornadoes that touched down here today. The first one touching down at 1:36 in Cypress. That was also very close to the Jersey Village area. And the next one, 1:41, just 7 minutes later, in the Tomball area. And then, just 5 minutes later, not 6, 5 minutes later, 1:41 in Tomball. And then again, another 5 minutes later, 1:46, another tornado. That will make it 3 tornadoes here today, 2 of them in Tomball, just 5 minutes apart. And the one that touched down at 1:46 happened over at the Klein Fire Department there. I believe the fire department is over there on Stubner, and I think it's Airline Drive. But again, so our crews are all over our viewing area right now, giving you guys different vantage points of some of the destruction that took place. We have several power lines down. We have
Information officer with Harris County.
Here we go. Let's go to the presser.
11 here off of Stubner Airline in the city of Spring. So earlier today we had a tornado that came through our campus. We're here in 44 acres here between Luetta and Spring Cypress, and the path was pretty clear through the front of the campus. It hit one of our maintenance buildings in the back. Unfortunately, we had 2 of our gentlemen that work here working in there at the time. Thankfully, they were fine. One of them managed to hold onto a rack. The other one ducked underneath a table. And as the tornado touched down, it ripped the roof off of that maintenance facility building. And then at the same time, almost simultaneously, ripped the back wall off of the building. So you can imagine how terrified they were, but they were just fine. At the end of it, they came back into the main building. Our building here is relatively new. We have metal storm shutters that we were able to close instantly on all of our windows, so we sustained no damage in the building here. and none of our ambulance operations were affected adversely at all, so we felt very fortunate about that.
Tell me about some of the big trees on the campus.
Yeah, so this is an old growth campus. We've got a lot of old pine trees here with some pretty thick trunks, and you can see they just snapped like toothpicks, a bunch of them. You can definitely see a very clear line of where the tornado came through, which was shocking to us because it happened so quickly. As the gentlemen that were working in that building attest, they said it was a
damage right now.
Is, I believe, a cow pasture that's adjacent to our property. It looks to me we've barely been out here because we just got the all clear for the gas leak, that a number of those trees snapped, but again, didn't snap on our side, snapped on their side where there are no major structures. So again, really, really lucky.
Not really the kind of building you want to be in.
No, and they were given, the warning was as ample as it could be, and they tried to make it back to the main admin building, but they just couldn't make it. So they just hunkered down, and like I said, one crouched down under a table and the other one was hanging onto a rack and was literally just standing there watching the sides of this building just rip apart.
What was that building being used for, and is it going to be difficult for you guys to adapt moving that building's purpose to anywhere else on the property?
That was one of the original buildings on the property, so we just use it for facility maintenance. So it was mainly a storage place, and we had some tools in there. It really wasn't used for anything that was, crucial for the day-to-day operations. So no, I don't think it'll be that tough for us to find a new place for all those tools.
What's the estimated cost of the damage? Have you guys heard yet?
We have no idea. I mean, again, luckily, most of it seems to be landscaping. I mean, we can get these trees cleared much easier than we could replace a larger building that was more crucial to our operations here, or a life, or an injury. So again, yeah, great path. We're very thankful that this tornado took the path it took.
Where were you?
I was in that building right there, and we were told to get into our designated area for warnings like this, hurricane warnings or tornado warnings. Wasn't really paying attention, returning emails. I went downstairs to our room, and what sounded like hail turned out to just be the shutters dropping, and then all of a sudden you could feel the pressure drop, and then it just got really, really quiet. And then we're like, oh my gosh, what is that going on out there? So yeah, it went by very, very fast. And then we opened the doors, thankfully, and again, we could open the doors. The front doors were a little damaged, but they were able to be fixed very quickly. And we saw the damage, and we're like, oh my gosh, it's just like matchsticks.
What have y'all had reported in the area? Have you heard of any injuries or any other major damage besides right here?
To be honest, we've been so busy dealing with what we have here. We have to make sure that the flow of ambulances on and off the campus happen without delay. We shut down the main entrance, and we just diverted traffic to the exit. That was our main focus, accounting for everyone, making sure that we could cap the gas leak, and making sure that the flow of ambulances and the service to our district was uninterrupted. And so there hasn't been any time to see what else is going on out there. Thankfully, we're here, we're okay, but we're hoping and praying that everyone around us is just as lucky.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
I think that's it for us.
Okay, so you just heard Really just remarkable train of events here from this press conference that just wrapped up, hearing from the Harris County Emergency Services District, which seems to be a bay or a hub of sorts where maintenance work is being done on various emergency vehicles. So again, let's bring you guys up to speed on what came out of that press conference. Our Leslie Delasbour was there asking questions. You may have heard her ask a couple. So let's go back out to Leslie. Leslie, if you're ready, just take it over from here.
Yeah, Anthony, that's right. You kind of just went over some of the information that we heard here from Harris County officials. I want to step out and show you again. She said that the shelter that you see behind me that was damaged was used for storage. They have tools in there for some of their ambulances and other trucks that they use to keep the Emergency Service District 11 here operating. So this has been completely destroyed. She said that there were some workers inside that took shelter and cover in there. They are okay. They are recovering inside of their main building. But as you heard her say, they were holding on to different things inside of the building to keep safe. And again, I'm going to have my photographer Darlene pan to the left here. There is some landscaping and some trees down here that have been destroyed on the property here at Harris County Emergency Services District 11. So again, this scene is still very active. They just got cleared from our gas leak was just cleared just moments ago. So we're here still, trying to gather more information, talk with Harris County officials about what all was damaged, and they're still trying to piece together everything that was possibly damaged here. So they're still servicing the area and making sure everything is clear. But from where we're standing, it is clear the gas leak has been cleared. The shelter is damaged, but we are pretty safe in this area right now. But most of the workers actually are standing outside in the parking lot just trying to observe and kind of take all of this in and make sure that, all T's are crossed and all I's are dotted here in Spring. Anthony, back to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you. All right, let's go now to downtown Houston. There's a court case involving a former Houston police officer.
We have to make sure that the message is sent that no one is above the law. And thank God for the jury's verdict telling the Houston Police Department that they are not above the law and that the safety rules matter, because when you don't follow the safety rules, good people like Harriet's husband and their father are killed tragically, and that is not right. And that's why we at Ben Crump Law Firm, we fight these battles, even though we know that oftentimes police officers are not held accountable in these situations. We fight them still because our loved ones, their lives matter.
Yes.
They matter. And we want to prevent this from happening ever again in the city of Houston. And I cannot say thank you enough to this great lawyer, Attorney Paul Greenkey, and the team, Aaron and Carl and Sarah and Brooke Cluse, who fought alongside him for these 4 long years to get justice for this family. So before you hear from this angel, Harriet Payne, we're going to have Attorney Greenkey have the charity of our undivided attention to tell why this case is so important. Attorney Greenkey, thank you on behalf of this family and our law firm.
Amen. Amen. All right. Well, I just want to say real quick, just 2 things. First, I want to thank this jury. We all know this jury took their time, and they took days and days. And that told me that this jury took it seriously. And this was a constitutional question, ladies and gentlemen, and they took it seriously. And I appreciate that they took time out of their own lives to give this the thought that it deserved. Secondly, and I know it's been reported some by some legal experts, we do believe that this is a watershed moment, that it is bigger than just the city of Houston. That police departments across the country, as we saw in the trial, there are police departments across the country who require officers to follow posted speed limits when they're not responding to an emergency. But we hope that the city of Houston will get that message now and hear it, and that other departments around the country will also follow suit if they're not already doing so.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Sarah.
All right.
And now we want you to hear from the person who was most affected by this tragedy. I'm gonna have her step up. so the microphones can pick up, because this is the person who really matters, her and her beautiful children.
I'm just overjoyed. I know my husband is looking down. He knows that we fought and we didn't give up.
Amen.
For what had happened to him.
Amen.
As if he wasn't nobody. But he was a child of God.
Yes.
That's one thing I know, and he loved God.
Yes.
So justice has been served. I thank the jury. I thank the judge. I thank the lawyers. I thank for fighting with us and helping us to come to this conclusion. Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you,
for your
Jesus.
grace and mercy. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. And thank everybody that fought for us and didn't give up on us.
Ours.
It's been a long fight. Many nights I laid awake crying, but hey, God is good all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
And all the time?
All the time.
Thank you. Now we'll take your questions if you have any.
Did any of the children want to speak about your father?
There you go. Say your name.
I'm Betty Morrison, and I'm the daughter of Charles Payne, and this is my mother, and this is my family. This is my great defense team. A lot of prayer, a lot of sleepless nights.
Yes, Lord.
But we got the victory.
Yes, Lord.
And we thank God. To God be the glory.
Yes, Lord.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I will say this, as I understand it, Judge Hittner, the great federal judge who presided over this matter, said something very important after the verdict was delivered. He told the jury and thanked them, because he said this is an important verdict for the conduct of police officers all across America. And I think that is very wise wisdom to make sure we all understand that police conduct is important for so many reasons. The way they drive on the street, just like they want us to follow the safety rules, they too must follow the safety rules. And so I can think of 13 million reasons why the mayor and the city council should make sure that police officers are following the safety rules, so we won't lose any more citizens here in the city of Houston unnecessarily.
And one other question I had, this isn't the end of the legal action regarding this, right? What happens next legally? There's also a state suit.
Right. So the city of Houston has an opportunity to appeal to the Fifth Circuit, to appeal this verdict. We feel like Judge Hittner forced us to try a very clean case, and so we feel confident that the verdict will stand, but they have that opportunity. There is also another standing Texas Tort Claims Act claim. This was a federal constitutional claim. Judge Hittner separated these two trials because of the different standards that a jury would consider. And so we will have time to pray with the family and kind of make our strategic decisions on what we do about that, but there is another state claim out there if we decide to pursue that as well. But for
today,
yeah,
we're going to celebrate this victory, and thank God for answering the prayers, the prayers of Miss Harriet and all of her children. So many days and sleepless nights. I mean, can you imagine the Christmas holiday and you were told the most tragic news any wife, any daughters and sons could ever get, that their father was killed in a police crash with a police officer going almost twice the legal limit, not with his sirens on, not with any flashing lights, but he was just driving reckless. And Attorney Shukloose and Grinke, he was going to fill out a report. Going to fill out a report at the office. He wasn't going to any emergency or anybody who called. He was just speeding and killed them. And so this is what this is about. Attorney Cluse, would you have anything to say?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Cluse. Just again want to echo how important jury service is. This was an extremely difficult case with so much to consider, and the jury took their time and they deliberated, and they understood the gravity of this case, and justice was served. And like Attorney Crump has already said, we have 13 million reasons why the police need to be reminded that citizens' lives matter.
Amen.
Thank you.
And finally, go ahead.
Well, I'm just wondering, Paul, maybe from your perspective, what did you think about the fact that the city's argument was that Mr. Payne suffered a heart attack, and that's the reason why he was hit, not the fact that the officer was going twice the speed?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that after the trial. I honestly don't think the city of Houston ever really thought that Mr. Payne had a heart attack before the crash. Okay? I think that they were hoping that the jury would keep hearing that over and over in an effort to devalue Charles Payne's life.
But God.
But God.
But God.
But God. Before Attorney Deacle addresses you, and I want to give him so much credit. This was his first trial, and he worked so hard for the family. So very hard. We want to acknowledge the significant contributions of Carl Evans at the McCaffrey firm. He tragically found out that his mother is gravely ill, and so he couldn't be here. But without him and Attorney Sarah, we wouldn't have gotten this extraordinary victory. So our hearts are heavy praying for him, but I know he is so happy for you, Miss Harriet.
Yes.
So happy. And we're going to hear from this Ricky who made all the difference, Attorney Aaron Deacle. And Marvin, all of you all contributed mightily.
My name's Aaron Deacle. I just did a rookie mistake right there. All right, I'm gonna keep my hands down here. First off, I want to praise God. He gave us all the wisdom on everything. This has been years of briefing and arguments that honestly we reflect back now, and those all come back as emotions, and it's just been, the Lord gave us the wisdom. Each one of us, each of the attorneys gave peace to the family, gave them the words to say when they were on the stand, and honestly, and then worked in the lives of the judge and the jury. And we praise the Lord for that. Want to thank each person that had contributed, and the briefing that we're still going to be doing. We're still arguing. This was a wonderful experience. We appreciate everyone's help, and we're very just happy that we can do this for the family.
Yeah. So. Any other questions?
One quick question just for the family. I wanted to know what difference does this money make? $13 million. Obviously, you never wanted to be in this position.
No.
What does that money bring your family?
Else it can.
It just tells me father life matters.
It's no money in the world that could amount up to my father's life, but I'm just glad that they found that his life was worth something. It wasn't just a life that was taken and disregarded. So I'm just glad that the jury came up with the verdict that they did, and we gracious for the jury, the judge, our great defense team, and I'm just overwhelmed, and most of all, I thank God for hearing all the prayers that went up. And to my family and friends and that was praying for us, we thank you all too.
Ms. Harriet, I know you had testified you would have to go back to work, right?
Yes.
Will you be able to now not do that, or tell us what this means for your life?
I hope so. I can relax and maybe enjoy the part of my life that I have left. But I tell you, it set us back. But God is good.
All the
time. He said he would never leave us nor forsaken. And he have did just that. And I thank God for the judge, the jury, the lawyers. They just took in consideration the truth. The truth will stand and a lie will fall.
Yes.
My mother always told me, tell the truth, because truth gonna stand up.
Yeah.
But a lie will
and I will say something about that.
All right, we'll step aside from that press conference right there. With Attorney Benjamin Crump to get back to our weather coverage here. The big story today, preliminary reports is that we had 3 tornadoes touch down here today, 1 in Cypress, 2 in Tomball. We're going to head over to our Sherman DeSalle, who is at Spring Colony Creek Village now with an update on what's going on the ground. Sherman.
Yeah, Anthony, we actually just got here a few minutes ago. We're Colony Creek Village Subdivision. Colony Creek Drive and Bayou Bluff is where our camera's pointed at right now. You look over here on this side, you see a lot of people at work getting these trees out of the way, and that's something that we're bound to see when severe weather hits an area. Neighbors helping neighbors, just pitching in, trying to get the work done. But pan over here to the right. Let's walk over here. There's a lot of damage here. This is an uprooted tree, uprooted pine tree. It looks like a crew has already come in and kind of cleared the road. But look at how big of a tree we're talking about here. I mean, completely uprooted. And we're not sure of how much damage to the house where it was sitting, but that's a big tree. Pan over to this side. We spoke to the man who lives at this house, and he said that he and his girlfriend were in the front getting it on video. They could see the wind, they could see the system starting to form, and then they got in the house, and this is what they're left with. So there is a lot going on. Let me see if I could try to talk to one of them, actually, because they were working on their stuff. Let me walk over here. He was actually cracking his chainsaw out. Looks like he's working on it right now. Let's see. Sir, you mind talking to us?
Sure.
I know you're working on your chainsaw.
Yes, sir.
You said you were outside when this came by, right?
Yes, sir. It was just raining a little bit, pretty good, and the wind picked up. And
you saw it form over here?
Yes, sir. And it was very loud and came screaming on in, and we barely made it to the middle of the house, and it was over as fast as it started.
Yeah. Any damage to the house, though?
No, sir. Mainly fences and trees down.
Okay. All right, but that was a big tree that they took down for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It looks like you guys are immediately getting in and helping each other and just clearing the roads out.
That's what we're supposed to do.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. You having some problems with your chainsaw there?
No, sir.
Okay. He's gonna fix it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are okay. So, like you said, you said that system. Take a look. Yeah, that tree that's where a lot of their damage came from. That tree used to probably be a really nice tree, but we just got here maybe 10-15 minutes ago, Josh, and so we're still kind of looking at some damage. We were told that there's some other significant damage about a block and a corner away, so we're gonna make our way over there. Anthony, you got any questions for me?
Sherm, just more so than anything else, just incredible to see neighbor helping neighbor here as there are the beginning stage of this cleanup. And what about power lines? Is CenterPoint out there already?
We have not seen, now that I'm thinking about it, we have not seen CenterPoint out here. We've seen a lot of first responders out here. We've seen a lot of tree removal services and roof services out here because let's just be honest, this is a great opportunity for them. But we have not seen CenterPoint crews. It doesn't mean that they're not out here, but I myself have not seen a CenterPoint logo out here. And we're going to work our way over here too. But yeah, you see people just helping each other out with machetes, chainsaws, axes. And so from what we understand, there's more damage more to my right, down this way. So we're going to head down this way and we'll show you what else we can find. You see those down fences over here. Again, we're over in Spring. And this is the corner of Colony Creek and Bayou Bluff over in Spring. So as soon as we get more information or we see something else, we'll dial back in and show you. Anthony?
All right, Sherm. Well, I'll let you get down there to the end of the street there, see what you got going on down there. We'll step away from you for a second, then give you a little bit of time. All right. Thanks a lot, Sherm. All right. Let's go back to that press conference downtown with Attorney Benjamin Crump after that settlement there for the family of Charles Payne Sr., the 75-year-old man who was killed by an HPD officer. He was hit and killed. This happened back in 2021. Let's take a listen in.
We'll sign that into the laws here in Houston.
Come on back up here.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Anything else?
Yeah. Only thing that I think we would conclude with, we all learn in first year law school that notice is 2/3 of the law. Once you put on notice, then you have a duty to do something about it. We articulated, thanks to the great work of my legal team, that they should have already been on notice. There were other people who got injured because of this reckless, negligent violation of the safety rules by these officers. But Charles Payne's life should be all the notice in the world that they need to do something about this, to prevent this from happening in the future. Houston, you're on notice.
Yes. Ms. Harry, I think we're still emotional after that. Initial feeling.
Justice was served. He didn't die in vain. We didn't give up. We fought because I know it was wrong. And I know they was lying about he had a heart attack. I mean, and the officer say he was suspended for 45 days without pay. But my husband's life, he is gone. It ain't no pay. He didn't get anything. But I mean, I reckon they just felt like they could kill him like they do a dog and leave him. No. That was never to happen.
Yeah.
And thank God.
Thank God.
Thank God. And I promised him, Charles, we're going to fight. We're going to fight for your rights, because that was dead wrong. 45 days with no pay, but he's dead and gone. He'll never walk through the door anymore to my home. No. That didn't sit with me. That didn't sit with me or my children well.
Yeah. And they fought the good fight.
And tell us why this was a civil rights case.
Because anytime, people forget that civil rights is for everybody. We kind of reduce it down to a racial matter, but no. Civil rights is for every citizen. Whether you're black, brown, red, white, you have civil rights as an American citizen. You have human rights to be able to live and not be killed by the people who have a gun and a badge, who are made to enforce the law, breaking the law. And obviously, it's not lost on us that Mr. Payne was.
All right. Thank you guys for watching Houston Live and Local here. We'll take a quick commercial break and come back. Coco is going to join me for Texas Live and Local. Stay with me. All right, welcome to Texas Live and Local. I'm Anthony Antoine.
I'm Coco Dominguez. Thank you for joining us.
All right, we got a lot to talk about here today, specifically in the weather department. We had some severe activity taking place, tornadoes touching down. Let's send things over to meteorologist Misha Shade.
Well, it's certainly not the way you want to kick off your big Thanksgiving holiday week with severe storms, including confirmed tornadoes. National Weather Service in Houston now saying that there are 3 areas where they think there could have been a possible tornado touching down. So I want to take you back with our FoxRad radar and show you what happened earlier this afternoon. Notice a little bit after 1 p.m., we got a pretty strong storm, quickly pulse up, become severe, started rotating. It showed very strong signs of rotation on the radar right around Cypress, and it rolled right through Cypress, Spring, and also up towards the Tomball area. This storm produced a lot of strong wind, rotating wind, and it likely was on the ground with the tornado at least 3 different times in 3 different locations. So right around Cypress, Spring, and Tomball, that's where we did have the potential for those tornadoes. And we do have confirmation that we at least had some brief touchdowns, and we will certainly get more details as we go through the next few days as the National Weather Service sends out survey crews and teams to determine just how long these tornadoes were on the ground, how many we had, how strong they were, things like that. But I want to show you where we did have some confirmations of tornadoes. Storm spotter reporting a funnel cloud near Grant Road. This was right around 1:36 p.m., about 5 miles east of Cypress. Storm spotter then observed the funnel cloud reaching the ground as a weak tornado. Also, reports of damage at the Klein Fire Department admin complex at Stubner Airline Road. Reports of siding peeled off, a down fence, metal shed crushed. And then we had reports of damage along Village Hills Drive at Colony Creek, trees down, and roof damage. That's all around the Klein and Tomball areas. So certainly a lot going on this afternoon with this strong, powerful storm system rolling through. Good news with our radar now, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. We do still have a tornado watch, though, until 7 p.m. So we've still got about another 3 hours to go with this potential for a few of these storms to rotate, and that extends from Sugar Land to Houston to Katy to Cypress, the Woodlands, up towards Conroe, Navasota, and all the way up towards Huntsville. So we do have some strong storms out there right now north of Interstate 10, but nothing that is severe. That is good news. However, we did just get an update here. We do have a special weather statement that was just issued for a couple of strong storms near Huntsville and also right along Interstate 45, right around Panorama Village and Willis. This is going to be north of Conroe, in between New Waverly and Conroe. So these cells are starting to get stronger. 40, 45, 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible, small hail, heavy rain, and a little bit of lightning. So we will watch these to see if they do get stronger and start to show signs of that stronger rotation, but for now they are below severe levels. Farther south, not much going on in Houston. Over towards Belleville, Columbus, west of Eagle Lake, there are a few lighter showers, but nothing that appears to be on the stronger side. However, it is a huge travel week, and of course, we're a few days out from Thanksgiving. So notice, across the country, we're right in the middle of the biggest travel trouble spot due to weather. Notice that we do have IAH, or Bush Intercontinental Airport, in that red. We were in the purple, meaning a ground stop. Of course, that is when you have the bad weather right on top of the airport, lightning, heavy rain, severe weather. That has gone away. But we are still in the red for major delays for Bush Intercontinental Airport. So certainly something that we're watching. Good news, of course, the weather was really bad earlier today for North Texas. So DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, Dallas Love Field in the green, only minor delays. But notice Bush Intercontinental Airport still showing major delays. Things are looking pretty good, though, at Hobby Airport if you have family or friends coming into town. But here is the bad thing. Even though we've already had confirmed tornadoes across the area today, it's not over with as far as the severe weather threat. We still have the cold front that will slowly make its way through the area late tonight and early tomorrow, and we are still in that warm sector. So you can see the warm front north of the area, the cold front west of the area, and we do still have another big line of heavy storms that could be severe that likely will roll through for tonight. So we're really just seeing the isolated to scattered activity ahead of the front, but we are monitoring that risk for more severe weather. So you can see the severe weather outlook showing about a 2 out of 5 risk that continues from Houston to Katy to Cypress, the Woodlands up to Navasota, College Station, and all the way up towards Liberty and Livingston through this evening and through the late night hours. We got to wait until that cold front gets all the way through the area before we can give you the all clear. So we even still have a tornado risk. That's the reason for the tornado watch that lasts through 7 p.m. Notice the tornado risk is going to be highest for northern parts of Houston up towards Atascocita, the Woodlands, Conroe, Huntsville, Livingston, Cleveland, and Liberty. And of course, we've already had a few tornadoes confirmed around Cypress, Spring, Tomball, Jersey Village area. So certainly make sure that you are staying alert. Make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts just in case the weather gets a little rowdy on us again. At this point, 82 degrees out there, heat index 84, dew points close to 70. That's one of the main reasons why we've got this big threat for severe weather. It's almost December. It should not be this warm and humid across H-Town, but when you have super warm and muggy air, strong cold front moving in, of course, you do have the risk for some strong to severe storms. So we've got those temps in the 80s, a lot of muggy air. Before I go, I want to give you the timeline of tonight's storms. This will likely be the final main line. Sealy, Huntsville around 7, 8 o'clock, likely rolling into the Woodlands, Jersey Village, Katy, Cypress around 8 to 9 o'clock. Our high-resolution model showing this main line of storms over Cleveland, Atascocita, Houston, Bel Air, Sugar Land, Rosenberg around 10, 10:15, 11 o'clock, and then dropping down towards the coast, Lake Jackson, Galveston around midnight, 1 a.m. Hopefully we can get it out of here quicker, but of course we'll be here watching it all evening, all night long, and of course we'll keep you posted on the latest with our severe threat.
All right, thank you so much, Ramisha. Definitely want to keep a watch on all that. We're going to take you out now to Sherman DeSalle, our reporter who is in Colony Creek Village in Spring. Now, that's near FM 1960 and Highway 249, where there has been some significant damage there. Let's go to Sherman now. What's going on, Sherman? We saw a lot of trees down. What can you tell us?
Okay, so yeah, in the last 20 minutes, we were on the other side of where I'm showing you right now. This is the other block, Harmony Hill. Take a look at this. I mean, this is it's one of those things where you see it and you can't believe it, right? So that big tree uprooted, not one, but 2 cars damaged here at this home. And it actually passed on both sides of the house. There's damage in the backyard as well. Get this, one of these cars belongs to someone who was coming to do maintenance on the air conditioning system at this house at the time of the storm. So a homeowner's car is damaged and a vendor's car is damaged in this really powerful storm. So again, we're on the other side of what I showed Anthony about 15 minutes ago. And if you take a look, you see that tree, you can kind of see it poking out in the backyard right there. So he had damage on both sides of his house. Looks like there's a little damage on the side of the house, the vinyl siding up at the top right there, and there's some damage right there on the garage area. You're bound to see, I'm gonna let you know right now, you're bound to see another press member in one of our shots because we're all out here surveying at the same time. But I mean, take a look at this again, just completely uprooted this huge tree on this corner lot. Whoop. There we go. I tried to give my photographer a warning before that happened. All right, let's walk over this way and show you what that looks like.
I know that guy.
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm good. So that's a looks like a tree removal or remodeling type of guy. So we're over here, got to be careful too because there's cars everywhere. A lot of people assessing damage. So let's take another look at this from the other side. Coco, take a look at that, Josh. Incredible. Here he is right here. How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good. Tell me your name.
My name is Rafael Ponce.
Rafael, you live here, right?
Yes, I do.
Were you home at the time?
Yes, I was. I had the warning on the phone, and then I was able just to walk up to the front, close the windows that were open because the air conditioner was being worked on. That truck actually belongs to the vendor that was putting in my air conditioning. So my car should have been there, but he was there this morning, so I parked outside. Otherwise, I would have lost both cars.
Mr. Rafael, what was that like? What did it sound like?
That proverbial, everybody says that sounds like a freight train.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
Was it scary for you?
Yes, it was. I closed the windows, and I had two dogs in front of me, and they were actually good. And you know, they were not scared because of the thunder. And all of a sudden, we heard the noise in the back first. I walked to the back. I saw everything was down on the ground, and then I walked to the front, and everything was down in the front.
Yeah, like you had damage on both sides of your house.
Both sides of the
house.
But not the house.
Exactly.
So we're lucky.
Yeah, you are. So you know what's happening now? You waiting for somebody to come and help you clean this?
Yeah, company is here now. They're going to put some tarp down on the roof, and then I guess we'll take it from there.
All right. Well, does this ruin your plans a little bit for Thanksgiving or no?
No, not really. Now we got to be more thankful to we have more stuff.
Absolutely. Mr. Rafael, thanks for talking to us. I'm glad you're all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you heard from the homeowner there. I mean, pretty incredible, right, Coco? Take a look across the street, too. There's some damage at that house as well. You got any questions for me while you guys have me?
It seems like everything happened quick, fast, and in a hurry, but nonetheless, those folks are very happy to be in the situation that they're in, that they did not get hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. And the damage it keeps going down the street. Those straight line winds, man, they were brutal. Look, you got lawn chairs and all that right here in the front by the front door, all crumbled up. You got some down trees over here. Power is definitely an issue right now. And Anthony asked earlier if we had spotted any center point, and we have not. We haven't spotted them, but we've been spotting a lot of damage, down trees, a little bit of everything on the ground. So looks like that mailbox got taken out right there. How you doing, man? You all right? You good? Getting ready to do a little cleanup. Got you. Okay, so yeah, you see that? Look at that mangled trampoline down the street. You see that? Yeah, a little bit of everything out here. So this is Harmony Hill sidewalk right behind you. This is Harmony Hill and I forgot the corner street, but we're in the same subdivision. So it's a lot of work to be done out here.
You know, Sherm, I'm kind of blown away what Mr. Ponce just said, when you asked him about Thanksgiving, and he was like, I've got even more reason to be thankful. Like, you got to put that in perspective. Absolutely. Like, that's incredible. That's a very profound way to look at this in the midst of.
Absolutely. Because, and that's an old tree in front of him, an old, huge tree in front of his house. It could have fallen a different way. Mm-hmm. They were in the home with somebody that was doing service on the house, so there's no telling where they could have been. And had that tree. And there, he has another tree in his backyard. You see that tall tree right there? That's right on the side of his house. He's got a lot of covering around his home, and it could have went a totally different way. So yeah, I definitely would be praise dancing right now if I was Mr. Rafael.
Man.
Absolutely. And there's still a lot of danger out there with the down trees. There are wires down there, are dangers that you can't really see. So people need to be careful in moving things and moving around things, and you guys as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll tell you this, this message never gets old either, because people are going to be watching what we're doing, and then they're going to want to come out and assess the damage themselves. And while that's natural to do, once you start seeing work crews somewhere, steer clear of that, because they're gonna need you to get out of the way. We saw a Klein engine pass by, and there was a tree removal service truck in front of them blocking their way to get to the other side. They blew that horn so loud at them, I thought a fight was about to start. And so if you see a work crew out here trying to do some work or just get around, you know, just get off the road. If you don't need to be on the road, this is a good time. You know, the weather's always best after severe storm. This is the best time to just park your car and go for a stroll. Be on feet. Don't be on the road if you need to. If you absolutely have to come out and see this damage for yourself, which is totally understandable, just be mindful of a lot of people getting around. I see a lot of trucks, a lot of people with chainsaws, just trying to, you know, make some sense out of everything. So we're on Bayou Bluff and Harmony Hill in this subdivision over here in Spring. Back to y'all.
And that's another thing, right? Can you hear me, Sherman?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, so and that's another thing, right? Like, you're seeing just like neighbors, right, just pulling out these chainsaws left and right. It's not just these tree removal companies, right? You see neighbors actually helping neighbors.
Yeah, no, like I've seen more chainsaws in the hands of neighbors than I've seen on tree removal. Nothing against the tree removal guys, but I ain't seen a chainsaw come out of their truck. I just see a lot of pamphlets being handed.
You know, quotes. We're doing quotes. You know, yeah.
Getting some business. What's happening, man? You all right, brother? Come. We can talk. We can talk. How you doing?
Doing all right, man.
What's your name, man?
My name is Apostle Dave Thomas, Bishop of Jesus Holy Temple International Ministry.
Okay.
Just got down here from Alaska, man. This is an Airbnb.
Oh wow.
Airbnb.
So you were here just visiting.
Just visiting.
And you were here at this place. And it went by while you were in here?
Went by while we were in here.
Okay, what were you thinking when that happened?
God is speaking.
Yeah.
And we have to listen.
Well, you know, Mr. Raphael across the street, I was asking him, the guy who's I said, you know, does this change your Thanksgiving plans at all? He said, if anything, I got a little bit more to be thankful for. You know?
You better say something, sir.
Yeah.
Because nobody was killed. Not that I know of.
Yeah, not that we know of. And it looks like, you know, there's damage, but, you know, it looks like it's repairable.
Right, it's repairable, but our life is not repairable.
Yeah,
so, but look how it brings the community together.
Yeah, well, that's something that, you know, I'm not a native Texan, but one thing I notice whenever there's severe weather, like people instantly just get into shape. You know?
I'm from Houston, Southside, but the U.S. Army took me to Alaska in 2000 from Fort Hood, Texas. But I just came back down here to visit, but God is good, man. I mean, you know.
Well, I'm glad you're all right, man.
I'm all right.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your visit.
Y'all doing a good job.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Nice conversation we just had there.
Yeah, Sherman, another thing to be thankful for is that the schools are out. Those are less buses and kids and people on the street for parent pickup and all of that.
Coco, you said something there. You said something there. Let me show you the other side of Mr. Raphael's house. Come over here. Yeah, you know, you said something there because my kids are, you know, they're out of school and, you know, that could have been a whole other situation. You got a lot more cars on the road when your baby's at the school and you got to go pick them up. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the other side of Mr. Raphael's house. Let's step down. Yeah. So that's the other side. You see that down tree right there on the left? Yeah, so that's what it looks like on the other side of his house. He's got some structural damage up top up here at that second floor. You see that? But overall, they're okay. You can see he's got a lot of nice older shade trees. So yeah, definitely a lot of stuff to clean up. Yeah, be careful that you're walking in mud. Hold up, back up. Got to look out for my shooter here. Yeah, he was about to mess up all his nice sneakers, the nice ones. All right, so we're just driving around. We're still looking around. We're gonna check some other areas out too. Okay.
All right, Sherm, we'll let you do your thing. Thank you so much for that coverage, man. It really puts things in perspective for us, but also gives us a reminder why we should all be grateful for today and every day that we are given. So thank you so much, Sherm. We're going to check in now with Leslie Delaspore, who's going to be giving us another report here today. She's joining us now from the Spring area. So Leslie, tell us what you're seeing.
We seem to be having a little technical difficulty, just kind of trying to get everything situated out there. But nonetheless, Ramisha said that this is not over. There's still plenty to watch for.
Yeah, and we'll continue that coverage here with our forecast in just a little bit here. But it is Monday with the mayor, and we want to make sure we get a chance to speak to Mayor Robert Richards here from Brookshire. We want to make sure we utilize your time. Thank you so much for coming in. We didn't plan on having severe weather coverage, so excuse me. But we want to get to know you a little bit, you know. So kind of introduce yourself. How long have you been mayor?
My name is Robert Richards. I've been mayor for the city of Brookshire, Texas since May of 2024, and Mayor Pro Tem 1 year prior to that. And so I want to let everyone know there's a lot of economic growth and residential growth that's in the city of Brookshire in the Wally County area. We're expecting 50,000 new residential homes that are in 24 residential subdivisions that are in some form of development right now within the next 5 to 8 years. We also have many economic development corp programs going on in partnership with the Wally County Economic Development Corp. As you're aware, Tesla is one of our major developers that just came in that have a $200 million investment in our Empire West business park. And they will have 1,500 new jobs coming in by 2028. Also, we have Grundfos, major pump manufacturer in the world. Okay, that was just voted one of the best places to work in the world. Quick Trip's coming in our area. Ace Hardware is coming in. Duro Bags, the major bag distributor, and also G-Tech. G-Tech is a company that's great for small startup businesses that want to come in that have limited resources to get started up. And also I want to let y'all know about the Wally County Courthouse that just had their grand opening. Beautiful, beautiful place. If anyone's in Hempstead would like to go out and see it. So a lot of great things happening in Brookshire, Texas, Wally County area.
How exciting is that, growing at the pace that you are, but you're still wanting to maintain that hometown country feel? You know, people say Brookshire, you know, it's a lot of hometown love there.
Yes, we do. We still have that hometown feel. Although a lot of growth's coming in, we still want to keep that historic feel, that historic look. So we're preserving that through our Economic Development Corp and Downtown Revitalization Program.
So now, talk about that Tesla investment for a little bit here. That is a major investment, lots of jobs coming, though, but I would imagine a lot of those jobs, folks might be visiting to work and then driving back out of town to head back home, wherever they may be, or maybe they might move into Brookshire. But I say all that to say, traffic-wise, like, are you guys part of that plan?
Yes, sir, we are. And as a matter of fact, as you all aware, that TxDOT has just finished the freeway expansion program that they're doing from Houston all the way to Columbus. So all that roadway is open now. TxDOT also has major roadway expansion projects that will be going on in and around the Brookshire and Wally County area.
And what's the population there at Brookshire? What have you seen in the growth?
The population for the city of Brookshire is 5,600 citizens of Brookshire, but in the surrounding area, ETJ is many, many more.
Okay. Where do you guys see? Where would you like to take Brookshire as mayor?
Well, you know, we're cleaning up our image. You know, we know that there's been some challenges, but we're cleaning up our image. We want to, as we said, keep the small town feel, but also revitalize everything to make it more inviting for families to come in. Yeah. Royal ISD just got voters approved a $350 million school bond. So new schools are coming in, and things are just looking up and very, very going to be very great for the future.
What are some of your goals?
Some of my goals is, one thing I mentioned earlier, is to clean up the town, make sure that everything stays straight.
What do you mean by clean up the town?
Well, I mean the image of the town, the look of the town, add more vegetation in, you know, make it more beautiful when people come in, the front door of the city when they get off the freeway and come to our town, make sure it's just inviting and looks good for families and businesses.
Yeah, yes. First impression can be a lasting impression.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely.
Stay a while, play a while is really what you want them to do.
Yes, we do. Yes,
all right, Mayor. Well, thank you so much for coming. Any final thoughts before
Thank y'all too, and our thoughts and prayers go out to anyone that was affected by the storm today.
For sure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mayor.
All right, now speaking of that storm, let's get back now to reporter Leslie Delaspore, who's in Spring for us now with her report. Leslie. we're still having some technical issues there, so let's take a quick commercial break, figure that out, and come back.
All right, let's talk about what's been going on with our severe weather. And of course, it has been a super active afternoon across southeast Texas. We didn't get tornadoes right in Houston, but just to the northwest and north of Houston, we did have reports of a couple of tornadoes. In fact, the National Weather Service kind of highlighting 3 areas where they think tornadoes did actually touch down. It may have been brief, but it was still a tornado. So the first one is 5 miles to the east of Cypress. This is where a storm spotter reported a funnel right around 1:36 p.m. near Grant Road, and this storm spotter then observed the funnel cloud reaching the ground as a weak tornado. Of course, as we go through the next few days, the National Weather Service will send out additional crews to determine how large the tornado was and maybe how long it was on the ground. We had another report of a confirmed tornado right around the Klein area, and we've seen a lot of pictures already of some fairly extensive damage in and around the Klein Fire Department admin complex. This is right at Stubner Airline Road. So siding was peeled off of this building. There was a down fence. You can see traffic cones kind of thrown around everywhere. And we also had a metal shed that was picked up or lofted up into the air, and then the tornado just kind of released it and it got crushed as it came flying back down to the ground. Also, the row of houses right in that next neighborhood did have some damage as well, likely from that tornado. Also, reports of another possible tornado. This is going to be right around the Colony Creek area. Damage along Village Hills Drive with trees down, and once again, more roof damage. I want to show you what this storm looked like as it rolled across the area during the early part of the afternoon. It was shortly after 1 p.m. where things really started to ramp up. This storm, this supercell, started showing very strong rotation on radar. In fact, our Barron radar picked up what we call a shear marker. So when you have really strong rotation, it starts to show that shear marker. So that was just southwest of Cypress. We did get the tornado warning. Then we had a confirmed tornado around Cypress. And then we had 2 more confirmed tornadoes up around the Spring and Klein area. So certainly it's been a very active afternoon. We no longer have any tornado warnings, thank goodness, but that is the storm that did all of that damage up around north central parts of Harris County and south central parts of Montgomery County. Here's the good news right now. We no longer have any tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have a tornado watch in the area. So that means for at least a few more hours through 7 o'clock, conditions are still favorable for the development of these storms that could briefly produce rotation strong enough to pop up a tornado or 2. So right now, we're looking at our radar time right now, 4:31, and these are the strongest storms. So they're going to be up around the Huntsville area, really west and north of Huntsville up towards Mossy Grove. 1 or 2 storms are still going here. We got about 15 lightning strikes showing up with these storms and another storm north of Midway, but nothing that is looking super impressive or severe at this point. So yes, there will be some heavy rain, there will be some lightning, but nothing severe right now. Thank goodness. We've had enough of that today, haven't we? Farther south, we've got some lighter showers right around Navasota, College Station, and a few more downpours in between Belleville, Columbus, and Eagle Lake. But Houston is quiet, but that doesn't mean that we are out of harm's way. We definitely still have to get through this cold front passing through the area before we can give you the all clear. So we're basically still in the warm sector. We've got a warm front to the north, cold front to the west. We've still got super steamy air out there, temps in the 80s, and a lot of humidity. Dew points close to 70 and still a decent amount of spin in the atmosphere. So we do still have the ingredients necessary for possible severe weather and maybe another brief tornado or 2. So we will monitor it. We are expecting a main line of storms to roll through as we go through the night, likely for Houston around 9, 10, 11 o'clock. All right, our flight status across the country showing most of the major airports are looking good. But as we put that into motion, you'll see that we have had some issues at Hobby Airport, and also Bush Airport, major issues, a ground stop here and major delays in the last several minutes. But the last few scans showing that the big airports in Dallas, big airports in Houston looking a lot better. Thank goodness. We do have all of them back in the green momentarily. That means just minor delays. However, with another big line of storms coming through tonight, it may not stay green. So of course it's a big travel week. Thanksgiving just a couple of days away. I'm sure you're excited about having some turkey, some fixins, all your favorite sides, your pumpkin pie, sweet potato pie, whatever you like. But we've got to get through another round of potential strong, maybe severe storms for tonight. So we are still outlooked in about a 2 out of 5 severe risk for Houston, all the way up to the Woodlands, Cypress, Katy, and Huntsville. So we are going to be monitoring the risk for maybe a brief tornado. You can see the highest tornado risk just north of Houston up towards Conroe, the Woodlands, Liberty, and Livingston. But Houston still in that slight tornado risk. The reason: it's super warm, it's humid, and we do still have a higher than average amount of shear or spin in the atmosphere. So we've got temps still in the 80s out there for Houston. 82 feels like temp 84, and look at that dew point close to 70, and wind out of the south sustained at 21 miles per hour. So we got a ton of heat and humidity, a lot of moisture out there, and we've still got enough juice, I think, left in the atmosphere, especially where we didn't have those earlier storms, to maybe kick off a few more strong to severe storms for tonight. So this is what one of our models continues to show, our high resolution model showing around 7 to 8 o'clock, that main line of storms kind of starting to gel, getting its act together from Huntsville to Sealy down to Edna, Palacios. I think by 8, 9 o'clock, it's rolling into Cleveland, the Woodlands, Jersey Village, Mission Bend, Rosenberg. And then I think 10, 11 o'clock, it's likely going to be right on top of Houston, hopefully weaker, but time will tell. There's still the risk for it to be severe, but around 10, 11 o'clock, Liberty to Atascocita to Houston to Bel Air to Sugar Land and Rosenberg, and then by midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., making its last little visit to our coastal spots, Lake Jackson, Galveston, before rolling offshore and leaving us alone for the night. So until we get that last line of storms through here, we are still under the risk for severe weather. So I don't want you to think that, oh, we had a few tornadoes, the threat is over, you can let your guard down. You still need to be alert through the evening, through the late night hours, and it is still a Fox 26 storm alert evening, Fox 26 storm alert night, and we are going to be monitoring things closely. So keep it here. Of course, we'll keep you updated. Make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. Make sure you have our Fox 26 weather app. Of course, check Fox Local for continuous coverage if we do have more severe weather, and we will keep you posted on what is happening. Of course, we got a lot of Thanksgiving travel going on, and a lot of people have already been delayed today across Texas. So what's in store for the coming days? Well, for the rest of today and tonight, still a 70% chance for rain and storms and delays. Unfortunately, we could see another ground stop at Bush Airport, Hobby Airport. There could be more ground stops as well, maybe for some of the other airports around the region. So keep in mind that we are going to have much better weather after today. Tomorrow, early morning rain. Very early. I think by 3, 4, 5 a.m. it's pushing out. So most of Tuesday looking quiet for your travel. Here's the best thing. Wednesday, Thanksgiving. If you're doing some last minute travel, if you have family coming in on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, things should be a lot better weather-wise. 0% chance for rain. Now, what about your Thanksgiving forecast here in Houston? Well, it's going to be cooling off. We're in the 80s now, so certainly no need for the jacket, sweaters, the boots, or the scarf, but temperatures will cool off pretty nicely, maybe about a 15, 20 degree drop. So sweater weather expected for Thanksgiving Day and for Friday. Of course, this evening, overnight, storms will continue to be likely, especially around 9, 10, 11 p.m. for Houston. And then we turn chilly and drier for Wednesday and for Thanksgiving Day. But it's not going to last. If you have some Black Friday shopping that you want to get out of the way, Friday looking fairly calm and quiet. But Saturday, Sunday, another storm system pushes in. Moisture quickly returns. And yes, there will be another good shot for rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder, maybe a few storms for this weekend. But for now, we've got to get through what we have out there now. I want to give you another view of our Fox Red radar. Here is the tornado watch that extends from Houston, Sugar Land, up towards the Woodlands, Huntsville, College Station, Livingston. And that means we still have the risk for maybe another brief tornado in the area. Right now, just monitoring a few strong storms up around Huntsville. They are tracking northeast away from the Woodlands and away from Houston. So that is good news. But we do still have about 2.5 more hours to go with this tornado watch, so that is why we will continue to closely monitor things. All right, looking ahead past Thanksgiving, of course, the weekend after Thanksgiving looks stormy, but really through the end of November, through about the first 4 days or so in December, it looks like things could be unsettled across the area. It looks like precipitation will be above normal. That is going to help the drought situation, but it is not going to help your outdoor holiday plans. Going to view lights, going to do some other festivals or festivities outside. It is going to be on the wet and stormy side. At least there's a higher chance of that. As far as temps, it looks like we will start to heat things up after our brief cool down for Thanksgiving, but our temperatures have been all over the place. But of course, for now, we are going to continue to monitor this risk for severe weather for the rest of today through tonight. Really, if you're in Houston, I would stay alert at least through midnight before you can have that all clear. Of course, we'll be monitoring it. Keep checking back in with us, and we will keep you updated on the latest.
All right, welcome back to Texas Live and Local here. We've been following all of that breaking weather coverage for you here today.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of things, and you have been sending your pictures in as well. We'll take a look now at some things. Laura sent this in from Spring. Now we're looking at, I'm assuming, the dark clouds there. This is Bridgeland in Cypress. Peggy from Cypress sending that in. Look at her backyard is completely full. Oh, these are going kind of fast. There's Amy Palm with Tomball. Look at that. That is a sight to see there in Spring, Cypress, and Champions Forest area.
And you know, we got a couple of these from a lot of different people here. Brittany in Houston says Bear Creek Highway 6 in Keith Harrow around 1:30 p.m. today during the tornado watch right before the warning was issued. And, you know, that warning was issued 1:36 is when that first tornado touched down. So just 6 minutes after this photo was taken is when that first tornado touched down there in Cypress. You can see just the density and the colors of the clouds there. Man, it just started developing really quickly. Paige, I can't make this one out. We live in Barwood off of Eldridge and Cypress, North Houston. These pics are taken at 1:15 here. Just some ominous clouds, but I don't really see any like circulation or anything in this one. But Paige, thank you so much for sending us these images there at 1:15.
And, you know, sometimes when you were looking at things in person, they look a lot different when they come across in pictures. Right now, looking north from North Eldridge, south of 290. Lisa sending that in right now. And you mentioned the warning. The man earlier where the trees fell around his house, he acted quickly as soon as that first warning. Oh, look at that. Now, that is crazy. That's a tornado right there on 249 and Louetta Road by Alex Navarro in from Houston.
All right, let's go back to our Sherman DeSalle now, who is joining us in the Spring area, the neighborhood there. Just giving us a synopsis of what's taking place down there. Sherman, what's going on?
Hey, Anthony, Coco, I'm actually not too far away from where you last saw me. You remember that mangled up trampoline that we saw? Well, that street, that's Bayou Bluff. We're on the other side of Bayou Bluff. And remember what I said about we've been seeing a lot of services out here, vendors, you know, trying to get some business. Well, it looks like, you know, some folks are already getting a job done. You see that roof was without a couple of pieces, so they're going ahead and patching it up, because you got to keep in mind, even though this is past, we got a storm system coming through, and the last thing you want to deal with is some rain, right? So we're just still looking around, just seeing what we could see. Some down trees. Let's go over here to this side though. Yeah, that almost, I buried the lead. Sorry about that. Let's go over here to this side. And there was a massive tree over here to the right, landed on the edge of the house. We haven't gotten to speak to the homeowner. Also, sometimes I kind of feel it out to see if they're even in the mood to speak. But the woman who lives here, it looks like she's right across the street. We'll see if we can try to get a word with her. That's pretty scary. So, yeah, look at that. I mean, you imagine in your house, middle of the day, and you see something like that happening. That is a lot. Sir, you good? All right. He kind of waved. So far?
So far, so good.
Okay, any damage to your house? Oh, yeah, a little bit. A little bit from that tree next door.
Hold on, Paul. Hold on.
A little bit from that tree next door, yeah?
Yeah, it took out this up here. I had 2 windows blown out on this side.
On the other side?
Yeah, but that was it.
Okay. Were you home at the time?
Yeah, I was up there, right, with my face against that window when it took off. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're all right.
And it took, and it happened at, because as soon as it blew out the window, I started filming out here. That was at 147, so
oh my goodness,
that thing blew through here about 145.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're all right, sir. Wow, you heard that? We'll see if we can actually talk. Well, no, she's putting her garage down. That's always an indication that they are ready to call it quits. So, yeah, we're on the 9,000 block, Bayou Bluff. There's a lot of work to be done still, and work is being done. We can hear chainsaws. We see property damage cleanup crews. We see some construction crews, renovation crews. So, you know, there's work being done, but it's going to be a lot. Back to y'all.
All right, thank you, Sherman. And you're right. Some of those, decisions that you have to make on the spot when you see these people coming in and different services, you want to make the right decision, but you also want to act quickly and make sure you cover some of those openings before the next round comes in. So they're having to make some difficult decisions, a lot of them for the very first time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something that, unfortunately, there are some really good companies, and then there are not some bad actors who thrive off of your sense of urgency, right? So I guess we can use this as a time to educate the public. Just know, try as best as you can to find some reputable companies to work with, because they're going to be working on a prized asset that belongs to you that you're going to have to deal with way after they're gone. And if something happens and it's nefarious, then you got to go through all the legalese, and that can take a while. You might not get your money back. Keep in mind who you're working with. So there you go. The more you know.
All right, Sherman, thanks a lot, my man. We really appreciate that reporting. Good to see folks out there, though, in high spirits. Everyone you pretty much spoke to, Sherman, I got to say, has been kind of like, okay, this is happening, and I'm going to do the best that I can with what's in front of me as of right now. All right, Sherman, thank you so much. And we'll be right back with more Texas Live and Local. We'll take a quick commercial break. All right, welcome back to Texas Live and Local. So we've been following the case of Emmanuel Garcia Gonzalez, who was in custody of law enforcement for more than 45 days. And he was recently released back into the custody of his parents, his mom specifically. And Congressman Al Green, he's now offering comments and his thoughts on what took place.
Let me thank all of the members of the press for appearing. Unfortunately, too often we ask you to appear on short notice, and most of the time you are here on short notice. And it means something to us to know that you care enough about what's happening to this family such that you would be here and that you can take the message to the masses so that they can better understand what's happening in our country. This is a season of giving. It's a season of Thanksgiving, but it's also a season for appreciation. When gifts are given, people appreciate the gift that is given. We are here because we have a family that has been reunited, and because it means something to us to know that in this season of giving, that there is a sense of humanity and decency within the judiciary. We have a judge who has, in my opinion, followed the law. A judge who understood the necessity to have this mother reunited with her child. This judge should be commended. And as a member of the bar, as a member of the Congress of the United States of America, I want to commend and thank the judge for the ruling that has reunited this family. As many of you know, there was a time not so long ago when this mother was standing outside of a detention facility, and she was pleading for some help, pleading for the opportunity to have her young son back within her home and within her arms. These days were some very dark days, but we can now see a different day. We see some light in the lives of these two people. It's the mom and the son, but also the daughter that she has. This family is going to be together when we are celebrating and appreciating one of the very special days in the life of this country. We call it Thanksgiving. It will be wonderful to know that they will have not only a dinner together, but just an opportunity to be together. And it's all because of this judge who rendered a decision that, in my opinion, is appropriate, and the decision that will make the difference in the lives of these people and will set an example for others so that they will understand that there is hope. There is hope. And that hope is something that we want to keep alive. And I'm proud to tell you that while I appreciate what the judge has done, there was some good lawyering. There were some lawyers who understood the law, understood the application of the law, and were willing to do things necessary to make the case for the family. Many times persons are not represented, and sometimes they're not properly represented. But many times they just don't have a lawyer at all. It is a good thing for people who are facing deportation to have lawyers to represent them. Most of them probably are not familiar with all of the laws that we have in our country, and many of them can benefit from the laws that we have if the laws are called to the attention of the court. The judge is there to be a part of the justice system, but the judge is truly not a lawyer for either side. The judge is sort of a third party who's there to make sure that the law is followed, and sometimes it has to be called to the attention of the judge. Well, I'm proud to tell you that this lawyer has done an outstanding job of litigating and bringing this case to the attention of the court. This was absolutely necessary for us to be here today expressing our appreciation for what has taken place. And the lawyer has been aided by others who are going to be properly introduced. But I want to mention that this case has come to the attention of a former Supreme Court justice in the state of Texas. Once a judge, always a judge. So we have a judge with us who has found reason to do what she can to help us facilitate the cause of justice.
All right. That's a conversation that had to be had there for sure.
All right. Well, that's it for us here in Texas Live and Local. Stay tuned for your Fox 26 News at 5.
All week long, so much to do. Welcome to both of you, especially you.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
All right, tell us a little bit about what
Fox 26 News at 5 starts now.
Now at 5, a very active day in weather with a confirmed tornado touchdown in northwest Harris County. And even first responders have damage to clean up, with the Klein Fire Department getting hit pretty hard. And a jury awards a Houston family millions after finding the city liable in a man's death. Fox 26 News at 5 starts now.
We do begin with the Fox 26 storm alert, the damage now being surveyed from today's severe weather. And we aren't in the clear yet. We do know that there's another round of storms expected tonight.
Now, we do have team coverage. Our Leslie Delaspore and Sherman DeSalle are out in the hardest hit areas, but we begin first with meteorologist Ramisha Shade to tell us what's in store tonight.
Well, not exactly the way you want to start your big Thanksgiving holiday week, with not just severe storms, but confirmed tornadoes. Yes, just north and west of Houston, northwest Harris County, and eventually pushing into south central parts of Montgomery County. We have 3 areas that the National Weather Service is saying that they believe tornadoes hit. First area, about 5 miles east of Cypress, Storm Spotter reported a funnel cloud near Grant Road that eventually was reported as a weak tornado on the ground. Also, we've already seen several pictures of this damage. Klein Fire Department admin complex, Stubner Airline Road, siding peeled off, down fence, metal shed crushed there. And then finally, damage along Village Hills Drive was reported with this tornado right around Colony Creek. Trees down, roof damage, and a large tree was also reportedly uprooted. I want to take you back and show you the storms that rolled through, and it was certainly a mess for the early afternoon, shortly after 1 p.m. Big time storm blew up near Katy, rolled over Cypress, Spring, getting close to the Woodlands, and it produced a lot of strong rotation, and we did get tornado warning there. We got a confirmed tornado warning, meaning that the tornado has been spotted by those storm spotters. Good news right now, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do still have a tornado watch for much of the area, including Sugar Land, Houston, and the Woodlands. That means conditions are still favorable out there for 1 or 2 of these storms to pulse up briefly and produce a tornado. Good news right now, nothing looking severe. There's a strong storm northeast of Trinity, some heavy downpours near Belleville, Sealy, right along Interstate 10 and down towards Eagle Lake, and more heavy downpours back to the west of El Campo and Wharton, but nothing that is close to being tornadic or severe. So that is certainly some good news. However, we do have another line of storms heading our way, and we do have some improvements at the 2 big airports, Bush Airport, Hobby Airport, but we still are in the warm sector, and until we get this cold front through, we have the potential for yet another line of a possible strong to severe storm outbreak coming through the area. I'll let you know when that next line will make it through, and of course a look at what your Thanksgiving holiday is looking like weather-wise later in the show.
All right, Ramisha, we'll check in with you a little bit later. Let's look at some aerial view of all the damage. Now, Precinct 4 provided this drone video. This is on Abbey Lane near Champion Forest, which is in Spring. As you can see, the roofs are now missing from some of those homes. We're looking at the damage together here. Other houses appear to be untouched. The Colony Creek Village neighborhood is picking up after that widespread damage.
That's exactly where we find Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle with a look at what happened there. Sherman.
Yeah, I don't care. Hey, good evening. So we're still in that subdivision, Colony Creek Village. Still a lot of damage that we're looking at. Take a look over here. It's another tree uprooted. I mean, we're talking about, you know, an older subdivision, so the trees got some age to them, but you wouldn't think that winds would be strong enough to uproot it, but it definitely did. A lot of people have been saying that it sounded like a freight train, those straight line winds just coming through the area. There's still a lot of down trees, but we do hear a lot of work being done. We hear some saws everywhere we look. We already hear some generators powered up. We see some restoration crews on top of some roofs trying to, you know, repair a few things, at least temporarily until they get a permanent fix. But the most thing that we've seen is people just doing what they need to do. Just clean up their property, then they go next door and clean up somebody else's property. So there's a lot of that. And the one thing that we can say about all this, thankfully, we haven't heard of any major injuries, anything like that. So that's a miracle in itself. But again, over here in Spring, this is the Bayou Bluff and Harmony Hill in the Colony Creek Village subdivision. Sorry, that was a lot to remember, but we're out here, and as soon as we get more information and assess some more damage, we'll let you know. We'll check in about 30 minutes. Back to you.
All right, Sherman, it's sad to see that people and neighbors are going to be left with such a big cleanup with all that damage there. All right, well, the Harris County Emergency Services District 11 was also hit by some big storms today.
That's right. So let's go to Fox 26's Leslie Delasore, who is live for us on Stubner Airline. Leslie.
Yeah, that's right. We are here at the Harris County Emergency Services District Building 11 here, and I want to step out and show you some of the extensive damage on the property here. You can see this massive tree has fallen on its side, and there's hundreds of branches and pieces of debris that are lying around this grassy area.
We had a tornado that came through our campus. We're here in 44 acres here between Louetta and Spring Cypress, and the path was pretty clear through the front of the campus. It hit one of our maintenance buildings in the back. Unfortunately, we had two of our gentlemen that work here working in there at the time. Thankfully, they were fine. One of them managed to hold onto a rack. The other one ducked underneath a table.
You can see some heavy machinery just rolled in here to Harris County ESD 11, where a maintenance storage facility was damaged earlier. We did talk with Harris County officials who said there were crews that were inside of that building, but they are okay. They were holding on to different structures and things inside to stay safe as the tornado passed through. So again, heavy machinery just rolled in here to Harris County ESD 11's building where they can replace a gas meter and get some of this debris picked up. Now, coming up at 6, we will speak with a witness who lives not too far from here on Stubner Airline, who talked about what it was like as he saw the tornado fly literally over his head. Reporting live in Spring, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
Leslie, is anybody saying the fact that there might be storms a little bit later, so they're really trying to hurry up with the cleanup process and surveying the damage?
Here, actually, Rashi, we have not heard that right now. They're really trying to make sure that all of the equipment here, I'm actually going to step out again so I can show you, because just down this driveway here, as my photographer continues to pan, that's where they house some of the ambulances here for Harris County ESD 11. So right now they are just trying to clean up and make sure that none of their ambulances and other equipment were damaged during the storm as they continue to assess the area here. Back to you.
Leslie Delaspore, thanks for that live report. We'll make sure to stay with Fox 26 and Fox Local. We'll provide updates on the next round of storms headed into southeast Texas. Fox Local is always free. You can use it on either your smartphone or your smart TV. Well, jurors have reached a verdict in a rare civil case against the city of Houston and an HPD officer. This case centered on a 2021 crash that killed 75-year-old Charles Payne, a father of 7. The jury found the city liable and awarded Payne's family $13 million. Jurors ruled Officer Christopher Cabrera was speeding at 70 miles per hour in a 35-mile-per-hour zone when he struck Payne's car the day after Christmas.
We have to make sure that the message is sent that no one is above the law. And thank God for the jury verdict telling the Houston Police Department that they are not above the law.
Jurors found the city's weak limits on officer speed played a key role in Payne's death.
This is just such a crazy story. A man was found dead inside of a donation box here in Houston this morning. Fox 26's Jillian Hartman live for us with the latest from investigators. Jillian.
So authorities tell us that that man called 911 after he got trapped inside a donation box just like this one. Now, authorities did share photos with us of the incident. Take a look at this. So the Harris County Constable for Precinct 4 said that this happened this morning along North Grand Parkway West. Deputies were called to the scene and they say they found a man dead inside the donation box. Now, we have reached out to authorities for details on this, but we are still waiting to hear back.
Well, Jillian, have there been similar incidents like this one in our area before?
So there's been 2 that we've reported on similar situations in the past few years, and we do have videos of those situations. Take a look at this. So we learned that back in June of this year, deputies say a man got stuck inside a donation box on Crosby Lynchburg Road. They say he was attempting to break in when he became trapped and died. And then in 2022, firefighters rescued a woman who was trapped in a donation box along West Tidwell, and they say she was actually trying to get clothes for her kid. So authorities are warning people that this is very dangerous and to not go inside one of these donation boxes. Instead, they're saying there are many local resources and services for people and families in need. And I'll have that part of the story tonight at 6. Back to you.
All right, let's talk about holiday travel. We know it is ramping up. Well, we have a live report on what's expected to be a record-setting week. The TSA is predicting a record-setting Thanksgiving travel period this year. Airlines returned to operating at full capacity last week. This is days after the government shutdown ended.
Fox's Amalia Roy joining us live from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport with an update.
Caroline, Rashi, it comes in waves here how busy it gets at the airport. Sometimes we have some lulls. Other times we have a ton of people coming at once, and you see the line build up here at the checkpoint. But people do move through pretty quickly. I did speak to a few people before they headed into their gate about their plans, and some said they were worried going into this busy holiday travel period. But overall, people are just really excited to spend time with their families.
We're going to go do the train to the North Pole. That'll be fun. Are you excited?
I'm so excited.
We're going back to Iowa. We fly into Omaha, back to my parents' house, and we're going to go to the Iowa-Nebraska game. Go Hawks.
Yeah, we're going to win. By I'm guessing 30 points.
I'm seeing far fewer cancellations on the departures boards than when I was here during the government shutdown. The TSA expects to screen nearly 18 million people between tomorrow and next Tuesday, with around 3 million flying on the Sunday after Thanksgiving. Today, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and FAA head Brian Bedford spoke about the busy travel period ahead coming out of the shutdown.
We're looking forward to an extraordinarily successful week of travel for the literally tens of millions of Americans that will be flying this week. Safety, of course, is our top priority, and every decision we make is built off of that foundation. And I just want to assure the traveling public that we're ready and we're able to get the job done.
AAA says Thanksgiving is the single busiest holiday for travel. They're predicting that nearly 82 million people will travel more than 50 miles from the home. Now, this is by plane, car, and other forms of transportation. In Phoenix, Amalia Roy, Fox 26 News.
All right, Amalia, thank you for that live report. We are following the cleanup after this afternoon's violent storms in northwest Harris County. This is more video from Colony Creek Village. We spoke with a neighbor who was in her truck when this storm passed over.
The lightning just started all around. It was crazy. It was a lot of lightning. And I was about to video it, and then all of a sudden I look, and the wind started picking up. It was really calm before that. It was the calm before the storm. But the wind picked up, and then my neighbor's garbage can slammed into the side of my truck, hit my car, and then and I turned and looked and seen the tree falling over there. And then as soon as it started, it was just done.
Wow. Well, it's crazy how fast these things can come through and then cause so much damage like we're seeing. Ramisha, we're not in the clear yet?
That's right. Unfortunately, we have more chances for these showers and storms to break out as we go into the next couple of hours, unfortunately.
We know how much you've been talking this afternoon, which is
a lot.
Understandably why your voice is worn down. So thanks for keeping us updated.
Yeah, we definitely are going to see the chance for more showers and storms breaking out as we go through tonight. Really between, I'd say, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, we are going to have a higher chance for those showers and storms. All right, we do still have a Fox 26 storm alert, a weather alert for you, because we do expect that secondary line of showers and storms to build in. I think for Houston, it's likely going to be after 8 p.m., 9, 10, 11 o'clock. That is when we likely will see the worst of it, but at least that will be the end of it. Low tornado threat, flood risk, and the threat for a few severe storms will be with us. So we still have a tornado watch until 7 p.m. It does not include our coastal spots, but it does include all of Houston, Sugar Land, over towards Baytown, Atascocita, up towards the Woodlands, Conroe, and Huntsville. I do want to take you back with our Fox Red radar and show you that it was a very active afternoon. In fact, shortly after lunchtime, after 1 p.m., we did have that storm pulse up near Katy. It briefly started to show very strong signs of rotation, and that is when that tornado warning did come out. You can see the tornado warning that rolled over the Cypress area, Jersey Village, Tomball, and then as it pushed into the Woodlands, that rotation kind of started to fade and weaken, thank goodness. But that has really been the storm of the day, and the National Weather Service really highlighting 3 different areas where we likely had a tornado touching down from the same storm system, but definitely 3 different touchdowns, and they will be sending survey crews out over the next couple of days to determine what type of damage, how severe it was. We do have a news conference updating us on these storms that rolled across Harris County and parts of Montgomery County. Let's head out to that news conference.
Luckily, by the grace of God, we have no injuries reported, no severe injuries. We did have multiple calls for service for gas leaks, power outages. The neighborhood right now continues to be without power. Some neighbors right now don't have anything, don't have roofs over their head right now. They literally were ripped off of their houses. Here at the Constable's Department, we are going to be increasing our patrols throughout the night, and we will have multiple units patrolling this area and securing this area because we understand there's going to be no power. So I'm letting everybody know that Memorial Northwest and the areas affected by this tornado that hit, we are going to have an increased presence here throughout. If there's any concerns or anything that anybody needs, reach out to our dispatch, 281-376-3472, so we can send deputies out here to ensure everybody's safety and if anybody needs anything.
I mean, it was, people expected it to be raining and everything like that, and you guys were having your Thanksgiving dinner. Did anybody expect it to be this bad?
No, sir. We did not. We were not anticipating any of this. I do know some alerts went out over phones to shelter in place, but nobody knew this was coming. And like I said, it happened very quick. It hit 2 or 3 different times. luckily we do have a large presence out in northeast Harris County, so we were able to respond. Like I said, we probably had at the peak about 70 police officers out here, constables, helping remove trees, checking to make sure that the elderly were safe, that make sure that we had no injuries. Like I said, thank God we did not. We're going to continue throughout the night and the days to come to provide any services out here. Very quickly, Commissioner's office came out, Commissioner Ramey's office came out. They started assisting with removals of trees in the roadway so we can access some of the neighborhoods. DPS is also out here assisting us with security for the neighborhood. So we appreciate everybody that came out to help us today.
When you guys drove up, what did you see?
So when I first came in, I had to reroute myself several times because I couldn't get in because there was trees literally taking out the roadway. So I eventually had to come up through some back streets and make my way into the major damaged area. But there's multiple houses out here where the trees have cut the house in half. There's multiple houses that have no roofs. Trees completely ripped out of the ground, laying. My understanding from what my chief even told me that at one point there was a garage that was completely ripped out and moved over into a whole other area. So it was a very severe tornado to hit. But we're going to continue to be out here and assist as best as we can.
And just down the road, there's a tree, a huge tree that got uprooted, crashed on the car. But you see all the neighborhood people trying to help out.
Absolutely. I would say, 30, 40 minutes after we got here, neighbors were out here with chainsaws and they were helping each other. This is one of those things that it's all hands on deck. It doesn't matter if you're the police or you're a neighbor. Everybody comes out, and we're all one team tonight. And that's to bring this neighborhood back to what it was, and and fix everything out here.
Any idea how long? How old these kind of trees? Because we've seen that one take a left, and it's another one in the garage. And we've seen several like that.
I would say these trees, some of these oak trees are hundreds of years old. They're way older than all of us here, so I can tell you that. Maybe not him.
Okay.
So.
En español.
Okay, let's do it in Spanish.
Okay.
Vamos a hacer la primera pregunta, el reporte de daños, de personas y resultaron impactadas.
All right, you were just listening to a deputy in Northwest Harris County discussing the damage in the area of Memorial Northwest. He's saying at least 100 homes are damaged. No one is injured, no power in much of that area, and they are going to continue making their rounds to make sure that all of the debris and the downed trees get cleaned up. Of course, downed wires causing those power outages, but he said that it was a lot more intense than they perhaps expected today, and they're still working on the cleanup. They're working on restoring power. No one's injured. 100 homes damaged in that area in Northwest Harris County.
And we also know that we're expecting some storms a little bit later, so it is crucial for everyone to be able to get everything done in terms of the cleanup and surveying the damage ahead of time.
Very unfortunate to see the damage done to those homes right before the holidays. It makes things difficult. We'll be right back. We have a consumer alert for you tonight. A children's playpen sold on Amazon is being recalled because it could be dangerous.
Federal regulators say the Anna Queen play yard can trap babies under the mattress or between the sides, and this can potentially lead to suffocation. The products were sold starting in March. No injuries have been reported, but parents are urged to stop using the play yards and to contact Anna Queen for a full refund. Some of the nation's largest retailers report consumers are still spending this holiday shopping season. That's despite recent worries about those tariffs and higher costs. Now, they might be changing the way they shop, though. The Wall Street Journal reports Walmart, TJ Maxx, and The Gap are still seeing solid gains heading into the year's end. The report says the key is whether consumers feel like they're getting good value for what they buy.
The Trump administration says DOGE is alive and well, despite reports it no longer exists. That's all coming up.
You know, I love a waterproof flashlight, and this one has a lot of other features as well that I really like. Today, we're going to be talking about what makes a good flashlight for emergency preparedness. That's coming up on today's Hurricane Gear Test.
The Trump administration is denying reports that the Department of Government Efficiency is dead with 8 months left on its mandate.
Fox Business correspondent Darian Bothello taking a look at where DOGE stands.
Is DOGE dead? That's the question on Capitol Hill after Scott Kapoor, the head of the Office of Personnel Management, said the Department of Government Efficiency, quote, doesn't exist as a centralized entity. Instead, the White House says the principles of DOGE will be institutionalized within the various departments. And high-ranking officials say their work to eliminate government fraud and abuse continues.
What we have seen and what DOGE and our amazing team at USDA, 186,000 dead people are receiving SNAP benefits.
DOGE used to be among President Trump's highest priorities, but he hasn't mentioned the office in months. It drifted from focus after the president's falling out with Elon Musk. And now Democrats are demanding programs that have already been funded by Congress but cut by DOGE be restored on the state level.
What Trump did in this DOGE people is they fired all the people, just send the money to New York State and the other states of the country and we can get it done.
DOGE claims it saved taxpayers more than $200 billion so far, well short of the $1 trillion goal. And most experts say if the administration wants to get more aggressive with its cost-cutting agenda, it will have to work with Congress.
There are a lot of things that they're doing around the edges to try and rein in the deficit, and obviously DOGE, but ultimately it comes down to Congress to rein in spending.
The original DOGE deadline was July of next year. That's when the mandate was expected to end. On Capitol Hill, Darren Botello, Fox Business.
Well, the Houston Rockets teamed up with 50 Cent's G-Unity Foundation and Kroger to make sure less fortunate families have a Thanksgiving meal.
They passed out about 1,000 turkeys at Toyota Center. Our Coco Dominguez was there for it all.
I'm Coco Dominguez here with the Houston Rockets and the G-Unity Foundation and Kroger. 50 Cent is here doing a lot of giveaways, Thanksgiving meals, turkeys, rocket tickets. It's a perfect way to kick off the holiday week.
They don't just do this around this holiday. They do nonstop things throughout the entire year.
That's a very important point you just brought up, yes. So often people just think about 1 or 2 days during the year, but this is what the Rockets do continuously. The Community Relations Department and their corporate department is so great with getting involved in the community, which is so important to them.
I get a chance to come in and connect to that, so it's really cool. I don't have the funds that they would have had to have a good holiday, and they could stop to. If you look, there's no shortage of people who came today. It's a huge turnout.
Hi, how are you guys? The Sacramento game, just go online and claim a pair of tickets. Okay, thank you. Happy holidays.
50 loves Houston, man. So, you know, since he moved to Houston, he has his G-Unity Foundation teaching kids about entrepreneurship and everything, and also partnering with the Rockets, Texans, and everybody, and then doing things like this, community initiatives where, you know, gathering food to make sure holidays are a great thing.
I've been associated now with the Rockets for 58 years. And every year I make sure that this is the time of the year that I'm out here with them in the community. This is very dear to my heart.
I'm Coco Dominguez, Fox 26 News.
What an amazing event. Meanwhile, Houston city leaders are giving us a preview of the 76th annual HEB Thanksgiving Day Parade. They shared some of the behind-the-scenes action that's going into the event.
There's a lot of tabletop sessions for months in advance, trying to figure out what we're going to do and what we're going to plan. We always want to up the ante every year. That bar, we set it high every year. And right now, you see in the float warehouse, we're just, you know, all the artists are dressing up the floats. You know, the rodeo's floats getting dressed up and looking really nice. You know, FIFA World Cup is going to be part of the parade this year. So we have a lot of special things that are going to come out, and I think the public's going to like.
Well, the parade rolls through downtown Thursday morning starting at 9 a.m.
Well, how far are you willing to drive for the holidays? We'll have the results of a new survey coming up right after this short break.
Well, when you think about Thanksgiving, you might think of turkey or the cranberry sauce.
Yeah, but a new survey says they are not the holiday MVPs.
Ooh.
Nope. Apparently, we need butter. Ooh. That's right. A Talker research poll says 63% of Americans found their holiday meals would be ruined if they ran out of butter. When asked which dishes absolutely need butter, they pointed to mashed potatoes, dinner rolls, cornbread, corn stuffing, sweet potatoes, all the things. I mean, everything's better with butter.
Oh, yeah.
70% said they'd make a last-minute grocery run if they ran out of butter.
1,000%.
Yes.
I think at a lot of restaurants that you probably frequent, you might think you're ordering something so healthy. Well, it tastes so good because it's probably coated with butter.
Yes.
Because it makes everything taste better.
But like this weekend, my husband went to the grocery store and I was like, just get the salted, unsalted, just get whatever butter you can.
Get all the butter.
Get the butters.
Yes. And isn't that crazy? The salted, the unsalted,
Yes.
all the different choices, but it makes such a difference.
It does.
And don't forget to salt your mashed potatoes. I can't stand an unsalted potato.
Yes.
Makes a difference.
A lot of, and use a potato riser. That's what I'm doing now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
That's
sounds
like
great.
To smash the potato, you put it through this like grater thing. It totally will change the game of your mashed potatoes.
I'm all for it. So just how far are most people willing to travel this Thanksgiving? Well, a new survey from Talker Research says that the average person would drive roughly 172 miles just to pick up a loved one for the holidays. I love that. About 5% say they'd go more than 700 miles, and more than half of Americans say they don't mind the long drive because they love the adventure of a good road trip. Rashi and I were just talking about it. Every year we used to drive 11 hours to see family and get together, but we're also close. I think that looking back, it makes those drives, and we have a lot of memories on the drives too. It makes it so worth it now.
Yeah, definitely. I think I drive that much to get away from some people. not
Says the host of Thanksgiving. You got this.
Yep.
Well, the Fox 26 News team is giving you ideas for your Thanksgiving dinner. Next, Nate Griffin and his daughter team up for an easy appetizer.
Well, unfortunately, we have more strong storms bubbling up with this next big line right around Sealy, Pattinson, Brookshire, and these are likely going to roll into Cypress in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Some of the same spots that were hit by tornadoes earlier in the day. I'll have your storm track timeline for that. I'll let you know when this next big line of storms will hit the Houston area. And of course, we will still look at the Thanksgiving holiday forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, I'm getting hungry. Our Fox Family Feast continues this week. We are helping you to plan your big Turkey Day menu.
And you don't want your guests getting hangry. Nate Griffin has his daughter making a very easy appetizer.
Hello, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving from the Griffin home. This is my beautiful daughter, Gabrielle. She's cooking up something very special for Thanksgiving. What do you have for us, Gabby?
Don't y'all hate when everybody is in y'all's face, texting y'all's phone, family members are texting each other back and forth? What's such and such making? What's such and such making? She better not make this. She always burn the mac and cheese. Well, I'm gonna make a nice appetizer for y'all so that everybody can get out of your face and get out of the kitchen so that you can do what you need to do. I'm gonna make a whipped goat cheese and ricotta dip topped with pomegranate with a toasted baguette on the side. Right now I'm feeding 3, but if you have a bigger group or a bigger family, I would suggest making double the serving.
That it?
That's it.
All right, guys, stand by. It's coming. We'll see you in a few minutes. All right, Gabby, what do we have?
So this is the goat cheese and ricotta dip after I've taken it out of the oven. I had it on 360 degrees for about 20 minutes. If you want more of a golden brown top, I suggest you cook it at 35 minutes. We have it topped with pomegranate and fresh thyme. If you want to zhuzh it up a little bit, you can also add a cranberry jalapeno pepper jelly, any type of jam, a bourbon berry, candied bacon, honey, figs. But yes, this is that with the crostini, and this is your goat cheese and ricotta appetizer.
Let's eat.
All right, Nate. Going from sports to doing that. Multi-talented. All right, well, drivers in the Southwest Houston area were so thankful this morning. Sky Fox checked out a free gas giveaway at an Exxon station on the Southwest Freeway near Chimney Rock. Attorney Rodney Jones hosted the giveaway for the 2nd year. Jones says he does this to offer gratitude and hope to the community. The event is now over, but while it was happening, everyone got to fuel up on a first-come, first-served basis.
The White House Christmas tree arrived at the presidential mansion today. The First Lady, Melania Trump, welcomed that big giant tree. Michigan-based Corson's Tree Farm was awarded the grand champion title for the National Christmas Tree Contest. One of their trees, a 20-plus foot tall concolor fir, will be on display in the Blue Room. The reserve champion Evergreen Acres from Auburn, Pennsylvania, will provide a tree for Vice President J.D. Vance's residence.
All right, it has been a super active and dangerous weather day right here in and around H-Town. We are looking at video, incredible and scary looking video for today's weather spotlight from northwestern Harris County. This is incredible video shot by James Tamayo from Facebook, and you can clearly see this wedge-shaped funnel. The houses are blocking the ground, so we can't tell for sure if this is a tornado actually on the ground doing damage, but it certainly looks like it, but we kind of have our view blocked. But definitely a large, ominous looking funnel cloud from that supercell storm that rolled right over Cypress, Spring, and Tomball shortly after 1 p.m. and produced a lot of damage. You can see the very heavy rain coming down. You can clearly see this storm that was rotating. In fact, it had very strong rotation at one point, and of course that's when that tornado warning came out shortly after 1 p.m. Good news right now, as we flip to our Fox Red radar, no tornado warnings, but we do still have a tornado watch from Houston to the Woodlands up to Huntsville and College Station. And we do have more storms that are already starting to fire up this next big line. You could see a special weather statement out for this storm over Edna, should reach you in Ganado in about 9 minutes. Winds to 40, 50 miles per hour, heavy rain, and close to 100 lightning strikes as this moves northeast around 35 miles per hour. I want to jump up to Pattinson, Brookshire, and over towards Sealy because we got more strong storms here. No warning yet, but we could have that soon. This storm is getting stronger, close to 40 lightning strikes, and it is building to the north and east, and it's likely going to roll over some of the same spots that were hit earlier today. Cypress in about 14 minutes, Coles Crossing 17 minutes, and Jersey Village in about 20 to 22 minutes. So no tornado warning at this point, but definitely heavy rain, lightning, and maybe some winds around 40 miles per hour. Another strong storm up north of College Station, west of Madisonville, and that one is also producing close to 100 lightning strikes. So when is this line going to reach Houston? I think by 9 o'clock it's rolling over the Woodlands, Katy, Wharton, El Campo, Edna. By 10, 10:30, 11 p.m., I think it's right on top of us in H-Town, so make sure you are prepared. A few of these storms could still be severe. Tornado watch ends at 7 p.m., but there could still be some damaging straight line wind in this from Atascocita to Houston to Sugar Land to Pasadena. Heading into midnight, I think it's going to be places like Pearland, Baytown getting in on the action, League City, Friendswood, and then by 1, 2 a.m., the line of storms right along the coast, Lake Jackson, Galveston, exiting as we go into early Tuesday morning. So the good news is that we're getting through the rough weather for the first part of our holiday week, but we still have that 2 out of 5 risk in Houston that a few of these storms could be severe, and we do still have a low flash flood risk, maybe some street flooding as that line comes through. So don't let your guard down. Even though we're showing you all of this tornado video, we still have a risk for more severe weather, and I think it's right around 10 p.m. for Houston where things really go down and start to get pretty dicey once again. Heading into Thanksgiving, though, it looks like things will improve for your travel. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, looking a lot better if you have family flying in, and Thanksgiving Day, quite a bit cooler, but drier. No storms, thank goodness. Things will be quiet for Thursday for your Friday shopping, and then this weekend, unfortunately, more rain and more storms could mess up your holiday weekend plans. We'll be right back after the break.
This newscast is brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration, Houston's simple one-day hair loss treatment.
Thanksgiving, traditionally a holiday focused on turkey and huge meals, and this is also the time of year when many people on weight loss drugs take a break from their medications so they won't feel so full while enjoying their holiday feast. However, medical experts are urging them to consult with their doctors before they go cold turkey on those weight loss drugs. They warn abruptly stopping those meds can lead to holiday health problems.
The hunger sensation will start to come back more than usual, so people may actually overeat a little bit, and that can actually cause problems like nausea and other issues too.
Doctors warn the human body can go through a lot of changes when these medications are stopped.
Doctors are also warning of a rise in adult onset food allergies. A 2019 report in the Journal of the American Medical Association finds almost 50% of people developed at least one food allergy in their adult years. Shellfish and tree nuts are a major allergy concern for adults. Health officials are also looking into the connection between gut health and allergies. The FDA chief told Fox News Digital that the modern-day diet mixed with other exposures or antibiotics can cause health problems and inflammation in the gut.
A battery-powered flashlight or lantern is a must-have in your emergency preparedness plans.
On today's Hurricane Gear Test, meteorologist John Dawson showing us a compact light that is rechargeable and waterproof.
You don't want your emergency supplies to be overly complicated. Unfortunately, I've found that many high-end flashlights require too much brain power to operate, but not this one. On today's Hurricane Gear Test, I've got another product from Streamlight. They make high-quality lighting instruments, many unique or specific to certain industries. But I think the MegaStream HP USB is focused to the general public. This thing is powerful. It's rechargeable and waterproof. A single click will always switch the light on high with 1,350 lumens with a 2-hour runtime. The medium output is going to be 470 lumens with a 4-hour runtime, and the low will give you 145 lumens for 15 hours. Now, my favorite part of this light is the optics on this lens. It is fixed, but can provide both a flood beam and a spot. On high, this focused light can illuminate over 10 football fields in distance. And I'm thrilled to report it does not have an annoying strobe mode. The waterproof rating is IPX7, which means it can be up to 1 meter underwater for 30 minutes. And like many rugged flashlights, the case material is machined aircraft aluminum, and the lens is an unbreakable polycarbonate. The light is powered by a proprietary lithium-ion battery. The 3,500 milliamp hours is recharged with USB-C cable, and the battery is obviously removable if you want to purchase an extra for backup. But just like on this other version of the MegaStream, there's going to be a metal sleeve here that protects a charging port that allows you to charge the battery while still in the flashlight. A reminder, your emergency plans should have 36 hours of battery-powered light. So you would need more batteries or perhaps another more efficient light in addition to this one. I give the Streamlight MegaStream HP USB a Cat 4 on my Hurricane Kit priority scale. You really need longer run times in your emergency lighting. I found it priced around $132 online. Find more lights on my YouTube channel. Just search for meteorologist John Dawson.
JD's Hurricane Gear Test is brought to you by CenterPoint Energy.
All right, well, grab your phone and log on to your socials. Anthony Antoine coming up next.
He's reading your real-time comments on today's trending stories. Thanks for watching the news at 5. The News Edge Early Edition starts now.
You're watching the News Edge Early Edition.
Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm Anthony Antoine, and thank you so much.
This is the show where we monitor our TikTok right here. Gigi says, what is today's topics? Well, Gigi, thank you so much for asking. Here's a look at our top 3 here. Remember, just follow me on TikTok now, Anthony TV News. Okay, so the major story here today, we've got to talk about the severe weather that we saw here today. Hundreds of homes damaged, 3 tornadoes touched down all in northwest Harris County in about 10 minutes from each other, right? That is a big deal. So we'll talk about that. Also, this case right here, it's years in the making, but it is a landmark verdict nonetheless. A family is awarded $13 million. A jury finds the city of Houston liable for a fatal crash involving a Houston police vehicle and a 75-year-old man. That is his wife and daughter there. We're going to hear from them tonight as well. Plus, researchers say that using the app we all know and love, like TikTok and Instagram, it's causing brain rot. We got a lot to talk about right there, but first, let's get our more details here on the first round of storms moving through our area. Meteorologist Ramisha Shea joining us now. More details on that. Ramisha.
Well, Anthony, we've already had 3 different areas that the National Weather Service Center is saying that, hey, yes, we had tornadoes confirmed here, and they're going to send out survey crews tomorrow to see how strong they were, how long they were on the ground. But here's our problem. We still have more severe weather on the way potentially. We're still under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. That means conditions in the atmosphere are still favorable for a few of these storms to rotate. And we already have more strong storms quickly blowing up with this next line that is developing west of Houston. So we have a lot to talk about. So I do want to show you where these new storms are bubbling up, because unfortunately, one of these storms, this one here, is going to be rolling over some of the same areas that were already hard hit by either one or multiple tornadoes earlier today. So this storm right now is quickly getting stronger over Pattinson, Brookshire, Brazos County, Sealy. Notice that it is starting to develop that notch, or what we call a hook. It does not have a tornado warning on it just yet, but we are going to have to monitor this area right around Brookshire for some possible signs of stronger rotation, because this is a supercell and it could potentially briefly put out another tornado. No warning at this point though, but it is getting stronger, and we do have a special weather statement out for it until 6:15. So it is pushing off to the northeast pretty quickly, around 40 miles per hour, so it is going to reach you in the Bridgeland area right about now. Heavy rain picking up, a lot of lightning, and a wind could be as strong as 45 to 50 miles per hour in the strongest part of this storm. Cypress. We've got a lot of crews out there, of course, trying to clean up, recover, and you got another strong storm rolling in. So in about 3-4 minutes, look for more very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, maybe some small hail, and some stronger wind, maybe up to 45-50 miles per hour. Coles Crossing in about 7 minutes, Charterwood in the next 15 to 16 minutes, and Willowbrook in about 17 minutes. Once again, I am concerned that it is kind of developing that little notch, so I'll have to investigate that velocity, that rotation, and see if it is getting stronger. But at this point, safe to say there's no tornado warning just yet, but we will keep it on our radar. Farther south, we've got more storms blowing up here. Eagle Lake, Lizzie, Bodecker Junction, Elm Grove, near East Bernard. These storms are not quite as strong, but we do have about 43 lightning strikes showing up, very heavy rain, and maybe some small hail in that. Now this one is pretty strong. Another special weather statement for you around Edna, Jackson, and Wharton counties under that special weather statement. The worst part of this should reach you in El Campo as it tracks northeast in about 20 to 22 minutes. So this is that next line that we were concerned about, and it is already starting to take shape. Farther north, I don't want to leave you out, up around the Huntsville area, things look pretty good, but up towards Madisonville and Trinity and over towards Mecca, this is going to be near College Station, east of College Station. We do have another strong storm brewing here. So these storms are developing in a very unstable environment. We've got temps that are too warm for late November. We've got a lot of humidity out there, and we actually have a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So notice Houston, the Woodlands, Conroe, Huntsville still in that elevated 2 out of 5 risk for severe storms, and we even have a low risk for street flooding. So for that reason, we do still have the Fox 26 storm alert in place. I think the worst of it will start to push into Houston around 9, 10 o'clock, and then it will head closer to the coast as we get closer to midnight. So definitely stay alert, make sure you have a way to get warnings, and keep checking back. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on what's happening. Now, we've already had multiple tornadoes reported across northwest Harris County. Let's head out to Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle, and he's going to tell us more about some of the damage that he's seeing in some of these neighborhoods. Sherman, what's going on?
Hey, Ramisha, I'm still in the Colony Creek Village subdivision in Spring. There's still a lot of cleaning up to do. As you can see behind me, a lot of trees that are still down. Some are in the process of getting chipped as we speak. We got crews out here still in the trees in the dark, and there's a couple of different things to consider. Now it's dark, the power's out, the rain's starting. So now it's a matter of, if you need covering on your roof, to hurry up and do that. If you need provisions, go and get that. So there's a lot of traffic right now. And there's also a couple of loose dogs that I'm keeping my eye on. So there's a lot of things for people to consider, but take a look at the video from earlier today where we were out here as that storm had passed through, and a lot of people were just cleaning up and assessing the damage. Some near misses. Thankfully, no one was reported to be hurt, but we spoke to one man who had damage on both sides of his home, including damage to a vehicle where someone was servicing his HVAC system. Take a listen.
That proverbial, everybody says that sounds like a freight train. Yeah. That's what it sounded like.
Was it scary for you?
Yes, it was. I closed the windows, and I had two dogs in front of me, and they were actually good. And you know, they were not scared because of the thunder. And all of a sudden, we heard the noise in the back first. I walked to the back. I saw everything was, you know, was down on the ground. And then I walked to the front, and everything was down in the front.
Yeah, and so, you know, I asked him if this shook up his Thanksgiving plans. He said, if anything, this gives him more to be thankful for, right? So, again, you can hear the work still being done out here in the Spring area. Another note, Precinct 4 Constable Mark Herman has said that there will be extra patrol officers out if people need the extra assistance or just need some help getting around. Reporting from the Spring area, Sherman DeSalle, Fox 26 News.
All right, Sherman, thank you so much. And as we talk about that weather, let's get one or two comments really quickly here from TikTok, right? Someone asked, like, what is the EF on this tornado? We don't know just yet. What will happen is the National Weather Service will go out there, assess the damage, and we'll know that in the next 24 to 48 hours. Lisa says, I saw a whole light pole get lifted out of the ground earlier today. Nikki says it is starting up in Mission Bend. That is just one of the areas Ramisha just mentioned in terms of those storms starting to move in right now. And again, Sherman was talking about the folks there in the Spring area. That brought up a very good point. It is getting dark because they don't have any power. Those who experience damage in their homes, they're trying to rush to get things taken care of because more rain is on the way. All right, let's keep going here. So officials with Harris County Precinct 4, right? They say that about 100 homes were damaged in this storm, and some deputies had to go into rescue mode.
We did have a few homes where people were entrapped in their home by fallen trees over their doors of their homes and such. Luckily, by the grace of God, we have no injuries reported, no severe injuries. We did have multiple calls for service for gas leaks, power outages. The neighborhood right now continues to be without power.
Man, neighborhoods without power here. You can see some of the drone footage here with the damage. Look at this roof. Half of that is gone. Debris everywhere, down trees. It really puts things into perspective for you. And the Harris County Emergency Services District 11, they were hit today pretty hard by that storm. Let's go live now to Fox 26 reporter Leslie Delaspore on Studner Airline. Leslie.
Yeah, so I was at my apartment. I got the notification, tornado warning. So I just go outside to check what's going on. And then I see a ball of lightning strike right in front of me. And then the fire alarms start going off in the building in front of me. And so I run back inside. I was kind of shocked. And I came back outside, and that's when I just see like debris just rising in the air. And then I run inside again, come back out, and then I see it start spinning. And then I see the spiral coming down, and then stuff just starts flying past my head. A garbage bin flew past me. That's when I went inside and I stayed inside. I would just advise everyone to stay on top of the weather, you know, be safe, you know, because if you don't, you could be outside when stuff like this is happening. Who knows what could happen, you know?
Now, as you just heard, that witness said that it was a very scary encounter. That witness actually doesn't live too Stoop near Airline, near Spring Cypress Road. If you are familiar with the area, I'm going to step out really quick and kind of give you a glimpse of this building that was damaged, damaged here just behind me. This was a maintenance storage facility here at ESD that was damaged. It was basically split in half, and as you can see, pieces of it were ripped to shreds. If you look closely inside, you can see different tools and different equipment that were used by some of the workers here at ESD 11. ESD officials did tell us earlier that crews were inside of this building when the tornado passed through. Thankfully, they were safe and they were holding on to different structures inside to stay at ground level. But again, those workers are safe and they are recovering at this time. Also, we do want to mention that ESD did tell us that, as you can see, crews are still working, and they said this will take about 2 to 3 days to fully clean up all the damage here between this maintenance facility here as well as some other debris that is along the property here that has fallen due to the tornado. Reporting live in Spring, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
Hey, Leslie, before you go, I know earlier they were talking about a gas leak. I'm assuming, what's the update on that there?
Yeah, so Anthony, that gas leak was cleared earlier during that press conference that we held probably around 3 or 4 o'clock. So that is clear. As you can see, that gas leak was actually just behind us here, and heavy machinery moved in probably about an hour or so ago to remove some of that debris to repair that gas meter. So again, that has been cleared, and so that's why we are safe to be this close to the maintenance facility, as you can see behind me here. Back to you.
All right, good stuff there, Leslie. We appreciate it. And you guys really want to stay connected to Fox 26 and Fox Local. Listen, I'm being very upfront here. We don't know when things can kind of pop off whenever they do. Ramisha's giving us the timeline, but at the end of the day, it's going to be up to you guys at home to stay connected to us and get the information you need. We're going to provide you guys in these updates on the next round of storms that is heading our way into Southeast Texas. Fox Local, it is always free. You can download it for your phone. Matter of fact, make sure your phones are charged now. So put that thing on a charger to make sure you have the energy you need. If you've got any other extra batteries you can charge ahead of time, go do that. Some folks here tonight, they don't have power. CenterPoint is out there trying to get them reconnected, but Rome wasn't built in a day. So let's do our part. You stay connected to us. We'll get you the information when you need it most. All right. Jurors reached a verdict today in a very rare civil case against the city of Houston and an HPD officer. The case centered on a 2021 crash that killed 75-year-old Charles Payne, a father of 7. The jury found the city of Houston liable and awarded the Payne family $13 million. The jurors ruled that Officer Christopher Cabrera was speeding at 70 miles per hour in a 35-mile-per-hour zone. That's when he hit Charles Payne in his car on Christmas Day. All right, let's keep this moving now. That wraps up the rundown, but coming up here, Cardi B gets a unique keepsake to celebrate the birth of her son. All right, so a new study from the American Psychological Association shows just how damaging too much social media can be. The study involved 98,000 participants across 71 studies, and researchers found that heavy video scrollers out there have poorer cognitive function and shorter attention spans, also known as brain rot. Researchers say too much online content can also lead to social isolation, lower life satisfaction, and can also make users struggle with tasks like reading or even problem solving. Man, TikTok now has well over 1 billion monthly users, and Instagram has at least 2 billion. Okay, let's go to TikTok right now, see what you guys are saying about this. How is it impacting you? All right, Nikki says it depends on how much you're on TikTok. Deborah says, you know what, no comment. CJ says people now have the attention span of a gnat. Rotting like crazy, Jazzy Red says. Karen says it depends on what you watch. Nikki again, I found myself on the food side, and Lord, the food looks so delicious. Jay, he agrees with the study. Chauncey says, well, I guess we can't see you no more, Anthony. I'm not saying you guys gotta, go anywhere else. Stay here on TikTok with me, but at least you're getting some valuable information in terms of news, right? But again, it really just depends on how much time you spend on it and what you're watching. That's my personal opinion as well. Lisa says, as an educator, I believe every word. When you talk to educators, I got a sister and a cousin that are both teachers, and what they're seeing in the classroom right now is just, I pray for them every day I can, because the next generation, these young kids, like their attention span quite literally is very short. And a lot of schools, what you see them doing now is banning kids from using their phones inside the classroom or in school. And that's because they're consuming that day in and day out. Let's say Bold and Beautiful says, depends on what you're looking at. I have networked and working on starting a business as well. So that's good. Some good can come out of it. I don't like people, so TikTok makes up for that. Okay, the slam. I'm going to skip that comment, and then most aren't watching anything informative. I would agree with that. But remember, there is a portion of TikTok where it's like STEM, like a tab, where it can really give you STEM videos with like math, science, things like that. So it could be used for the greater good. Just kind of depends. All right, let's talk a little bit about my girl, Cardi B. She's getting a different kind of keepsake to celebrate her new son, her fourth. Shout out to Cardi and Stephon Diggs on their baby. So now the boy was born on November 4th, and Cardi had the company Mommy Made Encapsulations make a gold chrome heart made from a piece of her son's umbilical cord. Wow, the jewelry piece is just $50, but it's an add-on to the company's placenta encapsulation service, which converts the placenta into a pill form to be ingested postpartum. Actress Megan Fox and Vanessa Hudgens also had the memento made as well. That's interesting. I think any mom out there, you do what you got to do. If it's going to make you satisfied, why not? And I've heard about the placenta being turned into pills and women eating it, so I get it. Nikki says, how nice. I hear you, Nikki. L says, I heard that's supposed to be healthy. I heard the very same thing. CJ, I heard about that. Nikki, yes, I had one made for my baby. Okay, so shout out to Cardi B. Most importantly, shout out to having a healthy baby boy. So congratulations to her and Stephon Diggs. Karen says, that's a no for me. Karen, thank you so much. All right, 6:19 here tonight. Let's get back to a look at the forecast here, because man, was it a busy day today, Ramisha.
Yeah, Anthony, and it's still going.
It's still going.
We're not getting a break.
Right.
So, yeah, we still have a tornado watch, and we have another big line of strong storms bubbling up west of Houston, and they are quickly getting even more on the stronger side. So we have to watch this closely. At this point, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have what we call special weather alert. So that means the storm is strong. Wind gusts may be around 40 to 50 miles per hour. There's some small hail, but it is not technically strong enough to be severe at this point, but it could become severe pretty quickly. So we do have one of those strong storms over Hockley and Bridgeland starting to push into Cypress right now. Coles Crossing in a few minutes. Charterwood, the strongest part of this, pushing in about 14 minutes. Willowbrook, 15 minutes, and Northampton in about 24 minutes. At this point, it's basically just a lot of lightning, 30 lightning strikes, 29, 30, heavy rain, and some small hail, and maybe some 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. But it's moving over some of the areas that have already been hit by tornadoes during the early afternoon. So, of course, that lightning is going to be dangerous. Heavy rain for roofs that have been ripped off is going to be a problem. So do what you can to try to get those rooftops covered and to try to get to a safe place as these strong storms move over, because you don't want to be out there in this lightning, and the wind could start to get a little bit stronger as well. More strong storms southwest of that one, and these storms are going to be pushing to the east at this point, right over Eagle Lake. You could see some very heavy rain there, and all of that is moving east. East Bernard, you're getting in on some of those downpours. Here's another pretty strong storm getting close to El Campo, should reach you in about 3 to 4 minutes. This is impacting Edna, Ganado, Jackson, Wharton counties. Some hail starting to come down in this one, very heavy rain and some lightning. And farther north, still tracking another strong storm that's starting to push into Madisonville. I want to update you on our tornado risk, and you could still see a low shot for a brief spin up, maybe a brief tornado north of Houston up towards Conroe, the Woodlands, Atascocita, Cleveland. But keep in mind, Houston, the Woodlands areas north under that tornado watch through 7 p.m. Here's an update. Our higher resolution futurecast now showing this line of storms kind of speeding up. So instead of it coming through Houston around 10, 11 o'clock, it's really pushing it into Houston 8, 9 p.m. So make sure that you are ready for an earlier arrival. I think for Baytown, League City, likely around 10, 11 p.m. with the main line of storms. And then midnight, 1 a.m., it's right along the coast for you in Galveston, Freeport, Lake Jackson, and then exiting as we go into early Tuesday morning. Good news if you have family coming into town, or if you're trying to get out of here to visit your family in another part of the country. After tonight, big chance of rain, and tomorrow morning early, we will start to dry things out, calm things down, so travel should be a little bit better. Less delays. Sweater weather for Thanksgiving, a lot cooler, but it should be dry with no major weather issues. So starting off rough for our Thanksgiving holiday week, we'll have the quiet weather and cooler weather for Thanksgiving Day, highs in the 60s, lows in the 40s, so get the jackets ready. Great weather for your shopping Friday, and then more rain and storms, unfortunately, for the weekend. We'll be right back after the break.
This newscast is brought to you by CenterPoint Energy, building the nation's most resilient coastal grid.
All right, welcome back here today. Look at this. We had two tornadoes, 3 of them touching down here in the area today. This is some video sent in from James. Look at the size of that thing. Let's get to TikTok, read some of your guys' comments, because some of you were telling me you actually saw one of the tornadoes touch down. So Iron Man says, charge up everything. That is a great piece of advice. The folks that were impacted by the tornadoes here already today, a lot of them don't have power. If they have damage to their house, that's an issue, and then they have rain coming. So those 3 things are not working in their favor. So if you have the heads up right now to charge what you need to, please go ahead and do that. Thank you guys so much. We'll be right back with more to wrap up your 6 o'clock newscast. All right, so the weather is the top story here today, so we're going to be following that even closer tonight at 9 o'clock. We're going to bring you the impacts in our area. And remember, there's another system moving through right now. Make sure and stay connected to us and be safe out there. I'll see you back here tonight at 9. I'm Anthony Antoine. Thank you so much for watching The News Edge, early edition at 6. TMZ is next.
Good evening. Welcome to Houston Live and Local. I am Rashi Vatz, and we are so glad that you are joining us today. It has been a very wet Monday. I had to double check to see if it's Monday or not. It is the week of Thanksgiving. You know, one of the things that people are concerned about is obviously traveling. So we're going to hear from Secretary Sean Duffy about any delays or cancellations that we could expect. I know because of the severe weather that we've been experiencing here in the Houston area, we did have a ground stop earlier this afternoon. Now that might be the possibility come later in the evening because we're not out of the woods yet when it comes to those heavy storms. We have meteorologist Ramisha Shade tracking it all for us. A very busy day for you, and it seems like we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing now is the main line starting to develop to our west, and it will be coming through. Now, we're looking at different computer models. Our high resolution model has the line coming through a little bit quicker now. So I think by 8 to 9 o'clock, it's likely rolling through Houston. So make sure you're ready. Don't be caught off guard. We're looking now at Highway 290 northwest at Skinner. The roads are wet. Downpours are coming down. Would you like to be driving out in this?
No, ma'am.
No. I second that.
Yes.
I'm glad we are dry and cool in the building. So, yeah, you can see those folks still going pretty quickly out there, but you definitely want to slow down. It's going to be difficult to see. And it's not just the flooding threat that we have. We're still under a tornado watch. And actually, I just checked with the National Weather Service. They are in a conference call now with the Storm Prediction Center. They're likely going to extend the tornado watch. So, not what we want to hear, but it's possible. So, with this new line of storms, our severe threat could get extended. I think it's really going to be 11 p.m. midnight before things start to kind of calm down. So we're keeping a close eye on things, and of course we're going to let you know what's going on. The good news right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, but we have 3 different areas from the early afternoon, shortly after 1 p.m., where the National Weather Service is saying, hey, we think tornadoes touch down here. We have enough proof before we even send our survey teams out tomorrow. So of course that was up around Cypress and also Spring and Tomball. So we've had a lot of damage. I'm sure you've seen the pictures and videos. Yeah, so a lot going on.
You know, one of the big questions that people have had is if this was going to be the system that brings in that cooler weather where we're going to experience those cooler temperatures, or is that a little bit later on?
Well, actually, this is not the system. This is associated with the cold front, but it doesn't really have much cooler air behind it. We're actually going to have to wait for what we call a reinforcing cold front Wednesday morning. It's going to come through dry, but that one is actually going to have the much cooler air behind it. So I think we're going to get up to like 80 once again tomorrow.
All right.
So we can't really call this much of a front, but it did pack a punch because it produced tornadoes. So certainly not something we want to be dealing with, but of course we are closely monitoring the situation and we're going to keep watching it. So you could see here that we do have the heavy rain out there, and I do want to take you to our graphics and show you that we are still under a Fox 26 storm alert. This is not going away until late tonight, likely 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m. I think the storms will start to wind down, but there will be a low tornado threat, and there's also going to be a flood risk, and we could also have a few severe storms. So this is basically what we're going to be dealing with as we go through the night, because we have this storm system rolling through, slow-moving cold front, really starting to produce more of these showers and storms. Now, we had those discrete cells, or those cells that are kind of all by themselves in the early afternoon, and one of those really overperformed to produce very strong rotation that led to those tornadoes across northwest Harris County, and it kind of started to fall apart as it got up into south central Montgomery County near the Woodlands. But now we've got another line of storms to worry about, and you can still see that tornado watch for the Houston area, the Woodlands, Cypress, Sugar Land, up to Huntsville, College Station, and Livingston, which will likely get extended. So we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service decides. But another line of storms developing, and Cypress, one of the areas hardest hit from the earlier storms, getting hit right now with this strong storm. It's currently over parts of Cypress, Jersey Village, Willowbrook, North Houston area, Charterwood, Candlelight Gardens, and up towards Tomball. So this is the exact same area that huge severe storm that produced the tornadoes rolled over during the early afternoon. So imagine these folks that have parts of their roof missing, maybe some other structural damage. This storm is dumping a lot of heavy rain and producing a lot of dangerous lightning. So you need to do what you can to try to protect your property, but try to get to a safe spot because all of that lightning can be very dangerous as well. So we're really monitoring this. This storm is moving to the north and east right now, just a special weather statement with it, meaning that it's strong. It could produce some wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and small hail, but at this point, it's not producing a tornado or widespread severe wind damage. Also, more downpours developing with more storms around East Bernard, Fulshear, Lizzie, Elm Grove, and back towards the Eagle Lake area. The worst of it starting to move out of Eagle Lake. Farther to the south, we've got yet another strong storm. This one is over Edna, Ganado, pushing into El Campo, and you can see those purples likely indicating a little bit of hail in there, reds, yellows, heavy rain, and close to 70 lightning strikes. So we've got still a lot of action out there that we're monitoring, that we're tracking. Even farther north, up towards Madisonville and getting close to Trinity, there's another strong storm. So this is what I want to show you. The timing for all of this, our high resolution futurecast around 9 o'clock. Really, it shows this line pushing into Houston between 8 to 9 p.m. and that is when things really start to go downhill for us. Now, is this going to be it for the night? Yes. Once this line moves through, that is going to be it. But there could still be 1 or 2 severe storms along this line. A few of these could still pulse up and produce damaging wind, tornadoes. So don't let your guard down. Keep checking back and make sure you have a way to get those alerts. And like I said, just be aware as you go through your evening because this is still a dangerous situation potentially.
All right, Ramisha, thank you for that live report there. Now we are going to be going over to some storm damage that actually happened earlier today. Our Sherman DeSalle is in northwest Harris County, specifically over in the Colony Creek subdivision after the first wave of the storms came through earlier today. So what can you tell us?
Rashi, hey, so I'm actually a little bit further down from there because of what you see behind me. The weather has kicked up quite a bit. In the last few minutes, we've been hearing some loud thunder roar. We've been seeing a lot of lightning. In just the last few minutes, take a look at this other element that we need to talk about tonight. We're near the corner up. There he goes. There's a lightning strike. We're on the corner of Louetta and Champion Forest, and there is a lot of traffic. Now, this is a busy area without the weather, but the weather makes it even busier. There is major traffic backup. So if you're getting out and about, if you absolutely need to, just be prepared for this. But also keep in mind that this weather could create some pretty bad situations as far as traffic is concerned. Now to go to what you referred to earlier, in that subdivision in Spring, just a mile, a couple clicks from here. So we saw a lot of damage earlier. We saw a lot of down trees. We saw a lot of homes that were damaged. The roofs were damaged. We saw some restoration crews out trying to cover up those roofs ahead of this weather because we're getting more right now. So we spoke to some people out there just kind of giving us the play-by-play of what they experienced. Take a listen. You said you were outside when this came by, right?
Yes, sir. It was just raining a little bit, pretty good, and wind picked up. And
you saw it form over here?
Yes, sir. And it was very loud and came screaming on in, and we barely made it to the middle of the house, and it was over as fast as it started.
Yeah. Any damage to the house, though?
No, sir. Mainly fences and trees down.
Okay. All right, but that was a big tree that they took down for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It looks like you guys are immediately getting in and helping each other and just clearing the roads out.
That's what we're supposed to do.
That's what we're supposed to do. Okay, so there's a lot of craziness right now. The power just came back on here, so everybody's trying to run around. We almost got ran into. Rashi, we'll get back to you later because we got to make some sense of what's going on over here.
All right, I know that it's raining so hard and people really just trying to take cover there because the roads can be dangerous. So yes, Sherman, do what you have to do and we'll get back to you a little bit later. All right, now I'm going to try to find where we are going next because my computer just shut off, but we're going to be talking about what happened earlier today with Precinct 4, Harris County Precinct 4, saying that about 100 homes were damaged earlier today because of that storm, and some of the deputies had to actually go into rescue mode. So let's listen in.
So a little bit after 1 o'clock this afternoon, we started receiving multiple emergency calls for service for a tornado hitting down, basically off of Louetta, Champions Forest, Spring Stubner, that area. Memorial Northwest is one of the impacted areas. We responded. I would say at the peak of this, we probably had 50 to 70 Precinct 4 units out here responding, going door to door to door, searching for injuries or people that might be trapped in their homes. We had, I'm estimating, this is not an exact number, but roughly about 100 homes that were damaged or destroyed with trees in them. We did have a few homes where people were entrapped in their home by fallen trees over their doors of their homes and such. Luckily, by the grace of God, we have no injuries reported, no severe injuries. We did have multiple calls for service for gas leaks, power outages. The neighborhood right now continues to be without power. Some neighbors right now don't have anything, don't have roofs over their head right now. They literally were ripped off of their houses. Here at the Constable's Department, we are going to be increasing our patrols throughout the night, and we will have multiple units patrolling this area and securing this area because we understand there's going to be no power. So I'm letting everybody know that Memorial Northwest and the areas affected by this tornado that hit, we are going to have an increased presence here throughout. If there's any concerns or anything that anybody needs, reach out to our dispatch, 281-376-3472, so we can send deputies out here to ensure everybody's safety and if anybody needs anything.
I mean, it was, people expected it to be raining and everything like that, but and you guys were having your Thanksgiving dinner. Did anybody expect it to be this bad?
No, sir. We did not. We were not anticipating any of this. I do know some alerts went out over phones to shelter in place, but nobody knew this was coming. And like I said, it happened very quick. It hit 2 or 3 different times. You know, luckily we do have a large presence out in northeast Harris County, so we were able to respond. Like I said, you know, we probably had at the peak about 70 police officers out here, constables, helping remove trees, you know, checking to make sure that the elderly were safe, that you know, make sure that we had no injuries. Like I said, thank God we did not. You know, we're going to continue throughout the night and the days to come to provide any services out here. Very quickly, Commissioner's office came out, Commissioner Ramey's office came out. They started assisting with removals of trees in the roadway so we can access some of the neighborhoods. DPS is also out here assisting us with security for the neighborhood. So we appreciate everybody that came out to help us today.
When you guys drove up, what did you see?
So when I first came in, I had to reroute myself several times because I couldn't get in because there was trees literally taking out the roadway. So I eventually had to come up through some back streets and make my way into the major damaged area. But there's multiple houses out here where the trees have cut the house in half. There's multiple houses that have no roofs. Trees completely ripped out of the ground, laying. My understanding from what my chief even told me that at one point there was a garage that was completely ripped out and moved over into a whole other area. You know, so it was a very severe tornado to hit. You know, but we're going to continue to be out here and assist as best as we can.
And just down the road, there's a tree, a huge tree that got uprooted, crashed on the car. But you see all the neighborhood people trying to help out.
Absolutely. You know, I would say, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes after we got here, you know, neighbors were out here with chainsaws and they were helping each other. This is one of those things that it's all hands on deck. It doesn't matter if you're the police or you're a neighbor. Everybody comes out, you know, and we're all one team tonight, you know, and that's to bring this neighborhood back to what it was and, you know, and fix everything out here.
All right, and there really is the case all throughout the greater Houston area. We know the Harris County Emergency Services District 11 was hit pretty hard earlier today. They provided an update after those storms rolled through.
So earlier today, we had a tornado that came through our campus. We're here in 44 acres here between Louetta and Spring Cypress, and the path was pretty clear through the front of the campus. It hit one of our maintenance buildings in the back. Unfortunately, we had 2 of our gentlemen that work here working in there at the time. Thankfully, they were fine. One of them managed to hold onto a rack. The other one ducked underneath a table. And as the tornado touched down, it ripped the roof off of that maintenance facility building, and then at the same time, almost simultaneously, ripped the back wall off of the building. So you can imagine how terrified they were, but they were just fine. At the end of it, they came back into the main building. Our building here is relatively new. We have metal storm shutters that we were able to close instantly on all of our windows, so we sustained no damage in the building here. None of our ambulance operations were affected adversely at all, so we felt very fortunate about that.
Tell me about some of the big trees on the campus.
Yeah, so this is an old growth campus. We've got a lot of old pine trees here with some pretty thick trunks, and you can see they just snapped like toothpicks, a bunch of them. You can definitely see a very clear line of where the tornado came through, which was shocking to us because it happened so quickly. As the gentlemen that were working in that building attest, they said it was they heard the warning, they heard silence, and then they heard what sounded like a lot of rain, torrential rain all at once, and then silence again, and then things started being ripped off the building itself. So it looks like we had a pretty clear line through the woods we've got here into the building, and then it looks like it twisted into the cow pasture behind us there and dropped a lot of trees there. At the end of this, we had a gas leak that was quickly capped. We've got the all clear now. And again, we're so fortunate that no one was injured, and of course, none of our ambulance operations were affected.
Can you talk about the general area and how you guys have heard about other cases?
Right, so I understand Klein Fire next door, they had a fence that went down, but beyond that, I understand they didn't sustain any injuries or anything like that either. So again, it couldn't have been a better path for the tornado to go through our campus. We have 2 outbuildings in the back there. One maintains our fleet of ambulances, and the other one works to clean the ambulances as they come in, resupply them, and get them ready to go out and hit the streets. So neither one of those were affected in any way, shape, or form. So beyond just sort of changing the logistics of getting ambulances on and off the campus, we got really, really lucky.
So can you tell us about that grassy area that's just behind this fleet shelter that is damaged right now? Tell us about that area over there.
We don't own that property. That is, I believe, a cow pasture that's adjacent to our property. It looks to me we've barely been out here because we just got the all clear for the gas leak, that a number of those trees snapped, but again, didn't snap on our side, snapped on their side where there are no major structures. So again, really, really lucky.
Not really the kind of building you want to be in.
No, and they were given the warning was as ample as it could be, and they tried to make it back to the main admin building, but they just couldn't make it. So they just hunkered down, and like I said, one crouched down under a table, and the other one was hanging onto a rack and was literally just standing there watching the sides of this building just rip apart.
What was that building being used for, and is it going to be difficult for you guys to adapt moving that building's purpose to anywhere else on the property?
That was one of the original buildings on the property, so we just use it for facility maintenance. So it was mainly a storage place, and we had some tools in there. It really wasn't used for anything that was, crucial for the day-to-day operations. So no, I don't think it'll be that tough for us to find a new place for all those tools.
What's the estimated cost of the damage? Have you guys heard yet?
We have no idea. I mean, again, luckily, most of it seems to be landscaping. I mean, we can get these trees cleared much easier than we could replace a larger building that was more crucial to our operations here, or a life, or an injury. So again, yeah, great path. We're very thankful that this tornado took the path it took.
Where were you?
I was in that building right there, and we were told to get into our designated area for warnings like this, hurricane warnings or tornado warnings. Wasn't really paying attention, returning emails. I went downstairs to our room, and what sounded like hail turned out to just be the shutters dropping. And then all of a sudden, you could feel the pressure drop. And then it just got really, really quiet. And then we're like, oh my gosh, what is that going on out there? So yeah, it went by very, very fast. And then we opened the doors, thankfully. And again, we could open the doors. The front doors were a little damaged, but they were able to be fixed very quickly. And we saw the damage, and we're like, oh my gosh, it was just like matchsticks.
What have y'all had reported in the area? Have you heard of any injuries or any other major damage besides right here?
To be honest, we've been so busy dealing with what we have here. We have to make sure that the flow of ambulances on and off the campus happen without delay. We shut down the main entrance and we just diverted traffic to the exit. That was our main focus, accounting for everyone, making sure that we could cap the gas leak, and making sure that the flow of ambulances and the service to our district was uninterrupted. And so there hasn't been any time to see what else is going on out there. Thankfully, we're here, we're okay, but we're hoping and praying that everyone around us is just as lucky.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue our coverage right after the short break. All right, we know that it's going to be a busy week for air travel, especially people trying to get home or get to a place for Thanksgiving, and it's really been chaotic with the government shutdown. Good thing is that is over, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy did have an update for us a little bit earlier.
By car per AAA, we anticipate seeing 73 million Americans hitting the road this Thanksgiving season. We anticipate the busiest travel on the road in the afternoon of this coming Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday. So if you're planning your travel, think about when you depart, because the afternoons of those days are going to be busier than the rest. This travel season by car, we have incredible gas prices, on average 3.2 cents a gallon. So if you're going to travel by car, you're going to be able to put gas in your vehicle at a very affordable price. On top of that, if you're flying and you need to rent a car domestically, our car rental prices are down by 15%. So it feels very good where we sit with the president's economy and what he's done with regard to his energy independence push and energy dominance push. In regard to rail, we anticipate there will be 1.2 million passengers this year by rail, a very big number. In regard to air travel, this is going to be the busiest Thanksgiving that we have on record. And I think you all might note that it seems like every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every 4th of July seems to be an announcement of record travel. I'm going to come to that in a second. But this week there'll be 31 million passengers flying by air as we look to the week. That's per the airline industry. Tomorrow will be the busiest day. There'll be 52,000 flights tomorrow as Americans board aircraft, fly across the country. Maybe they're going to go to sporting events, they're going on vacation, or hopefully they're going to spend time with their families. Now, we anticipate there's going to be solid staffing in our towers and TRACONs and centers throughout the airspace, and that's different than what we had over the shutdown. But we do have some weather in the forecast. I'm not a weatherman, but if you look out to the Seattle area, in the Midwest, the Great Lakes, we are going to have some weather. And so if you are traveling by air, I would just ask that you stay in touch with your airline or update your apps so you know if your flight has been delayed or moved at all as you're planning to come to the airport. Always great to stay in touch with the airline that you booked with. Just real quick, I want to touch on a couple of other issues. During the shutdown, 44 very long days. It went pretty well at the start of the shutdown, but in the last couple of weeks of the shutdown, things became very challenging in the airspace. Many of you reported on it. We had significant delays and cancellations. The administrator, in consultation with DOT and his safety team, we took historic action to reduce the capacity in the airspace because of what we saw in the staffing in our towers. And that decision was not made lightly, but it was based on the stats that we were seeing and what we thought was appropriate